Well, hello, Rivals, and welcome in to this Marvel Rivals high school tournament here on the Indiana Esports Network. Thank you so much for joining me. I am Diatonic, and I am here with the one and only Zip Master Flex. Zip, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing very well. I'm here to see some good action. I love watching Marvel Rivals. I love talking about Marvel Rivals, and I want to see what these teams bring to the table, what kind of strategies they go for. I think it's going to be a pretty exciting day.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a handful of Indiana high school teams here ready to show you their stuff, as well as one collegiate team, Indiana Tech, here as well. And, Indiana Tech, some impressive stuff out of the collegiate Marvel Rivals scene from them. They're around in a couple different leagues, the NECC and the Collegiate Rivals Series, both clocking some wins there. So these high school teams, a big opportunity for them to get in the mix with a collegiate team, see what that next level is like, and, refine their game and get to do some exhibition for you here at FortLAN as well. So, man, really exciting stuff. This is actually my first time seeing high school Rivals, so very curious what it feels like. The game looks so different at every single level of competition, so I'm sure we're in for some interesting stuff here.
So a take of mine, there's very specific games where you still get the same level of comp, right? As anything outside of pro, right? I think high school, even just online tournaments, you start to see like the same level, and I think high schoolers can actually really be good at this level. Is Marvel Rivals. You got Valorant one. There's a couple games where people that play it competitively, they always take it serious no matter what level it is. There's certain games that you see at lower levels or scholastic levels where the players aren't as competent. They're not bringing in the same heat as they normally do. But I think Rivals is one. So I don't really think that there's a huge advantage on the side of Indiana Tech. I think the high school teams are going to be able to bring some heat. I don't know these teams specifically, but I'm going to vouch for them early on and say I think they're going to be able to hold their own.
Yeah, I've worked with collegiate Rivals teams a lot in the past, a couple different leagues, doing some casting for them too. And yeah, there actually are a lot of pros in the mix in that collegiate scene too. You got guys coming down from the top tier, which is your Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament. Those guys kind of form these major like Thanos collegiate teams where they all kind of come together. But even the teams that are outside of the Ignite circuit really can't keep up with those pros. So yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Marvel Rivals is a game where you can compete even at a lower level. I just saw a game the other night. I think the ranks in the lobby were between Gold and Celestial, but the two teams played against each other like professionals. So yeah, there's always that opportunity, even at the high school level, where these teams will really compete. And obviously the Indiana Tech player is going to be looking to show them kind of what the collegiate stage looks like for sure. But I have no doubt we're going to see some seriously competitive matches. And we got a few matches of Swiss here. Each high school team competing in this event is going to play against Indiana Tech, and then we're going to break out into a bracket after that. So plenty of Rivals action coming your way pretty much all evening long.
Yeah. This is they're going to start in round robin format is how they're kicking off, guys. But Marvel Rivals is a game where mechanics only take you so far, right? If team strategy is literally everything. You can have one player that's busting out and going crazy on Hella. I mean, you can drop a 50 bomb with Hella and still lose the game. The mechanics can do a lot for you. But if they're not timely and stopping the other team's strategy, then I don't know, man. It's not how this game works. So as long as they have the right coaching going on in these high school teams, if they have the right coordination, if they've been playing together, if they don't have a cohesive team mindset, they might get stomped out, And when you say these teams bringing together the Thanos mindset, obviously I got my Thanos. The green screen's killing it. I got the Thanos gauntlet cup. But they bring together these Thanos teams. Those are not the teams I'm talking about. I don't know if Indiana Tech is one of them, but I'm talking about your normal everyday college team.
Yeah, I mean, even those normal everyday teams have kept pace with some of the pros in the collegiate scene. So been some pretty interesting matches as the fall splits kind of kick off over these past couple weeks. But yeah, I mean, this game, a lot of it comes down to that team coordination, and that, the economy game is huge. Having the alts, not only being able to get in control of those checkpoints, of those objectives, but knowing what to do to defend them after you get control, and kind of, trying to strategically hold on to some ultimates, hold on to some cooldowns, balance so that once you're in control, you have the opportunity to actually hold it. So yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The game mechanically, you know, there is a floor, you know, you need to learn some things and kind of understand some basic mechanics, but from there, it really does kind of come down to how you work together as a team. So, you know, I've seen teams where all 6 players on it are very, very skilled. You know, they're very good in their own right, but they don't work well together and they really struggle against even lower level teams. So, you know, a lot of this really does come down to that coordination and knowing, you know, when to collapse in and when to actually, you know, commit to a fight. So we're going to be seeing and talking a lot about alt economy, a lot about engagements, and yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm really excited, actually.
Yeah, I'm definitely here for it. You know, I just was a coach for a tier 3 team, and it. Look, I'm gonna tell you right here. We were rotating so many players, and they were all so good mechanically, but we would never have time to get an understanding on how we wanted to hold certain points. We'd have to sub new characters into our DPS lineup, a new tank, because they didn't play every single character, and so we couldn't find a foundation through rotating so many players, and them being that skilled didn't help at all because the other teams would be so coordinated and counterpicking and things like that. Now, speaking of counterpicking, we're gonna have to see what the bans are gonna be right here. I don't think there's gonna be any kind of target banning. I'm sure nobody knows what's going on with the other squads. We're gonna see what kind of bans and saves these teams go for, and that's gonna tell us a story in its own right.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of part of the game of these multi-map series, you know, is you come into game one, go for those kind of meta saves and bans, you look for just the standard stuff, and you kind of gather some information as the first, second maps play out, and that kind of adjusts the strategy going forward. But so first matchup of the day, Speedway Varsity versus Indiana Tech. Of course, Indiana Tech, that collegiate team we've been talking about. Picks and bans here for map number 1, starting off with some Royal Palace for some domination action. So bans from Indiana Tech, they get the first ban here. Pretty standard stuff. Emma Frost, she's still a solid ban, even now, all the way in Season 4.5. Not much has changed since her release, but this is going to be the Marvel Rivals Championship style bans. So these bans that you see will affect the entire lobby. If you've been watching that Marvel Rivals Ignite Pro series, then you'll notice this is a little different. It's a different game here, a lot of different strategy, and some teams I've heard argue this ban system is a little more strategic. So if you choose to ban a hero, your own team can't play it. So sometimes when you go for just the really strong bans out the gate, that does take away some of your own hero pool. So Indiana Tech, pretty standard stuff here. They're going to save a Hela for themselves. We're definitely going to see some Hela, but no Namor. So no new Hela Namor team up coming in here. But a Speedway, they're going to start with a Venom ban and a Luna Snow ban. You know, Luna, always a decent choice if you're going to go after some strategist to ban for sure.
It makes me curious of what Speedway is going for. You know, I'm curious with the Venom ban. You know what I mean? That's a off the wall one for me to go for in game number 1. They haven't really seen what the other team's proposing, or maybe they're just going off of they saw the other team playing a little bit and they're like, nah, we're not dealing with that, or something like that. I thought they were going to start to go full anti-dive, right? But we do see Angela getting saved over here for Indiana Tech. If you're going to not let Venom play, I'm sorry to break it to you, Angela might be a bigger threat.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot harder to counter her when she runs in. And, you know, Royal Palace, not a ton of environmental hazards, so you're not going to see her spear too many people and throw them off of ledges, but, you know, still a serious nuisance in her own right. Let's see, Speedway's rounding things off. They're going to save the Bucky and the Magneto as well, so pretty standard, you know, ranked kind of picks and bans here. And then Indiana Tech's rounded off with an Invisible Woman ban, so no invisible barrier on the table for either team here. But there are your picks and bans, and Speedway ends with the Thor ban. I know he's been played a little bit more lately, but, you know, I'll be honest, that one is definitely I can see the Venom. Kind of. The Thor ban is pretty interesting, but, you know, I've been surprised before by picks and bans, so we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Definitely been surprised. You know, they have their own strategy. We don't have to fully agree with it. They just have to go out here and win, right? The Thor ban, I kind of get it in this game mode, right? In domination, Thor's really a nuisance because he has such quick access to your backline. It's not like, you know, Convoy or convergence, where he just kind of just pulls up. He has to fight through a line of resistance to get to your back line. On this one, he just comes out of a back corridor and he's beating Jeff into smithereens, and you have to hurry up and make a play while the other team's capping the point, right? It's rough to deal with. And so I kind of understand that's where I get a little lost on the Venom ban, because Venom can do stuff like that, but I think it's a little bit easier to deal with him attacking your backline in domination, right? But going into this, we do have the Captain America on the side of Indiana Tech. We have the Hella. We have the Devil himself. We got Magneto, Jeff, and Rocket Raccoon. I love what we're seeing over there. And then we're going to go over here, and we have Blade with a similar comp with Bucky as the other DPS for Speedway, and getting into a battle quick and easy up here on the stairwell. And we're seeing Speedway getting pushed back into their own corridors.
Yeah, Speedway's got some interesting stuff going on with their comp here. They do have that Animal Crossing, the Rocket Raccoon, and the Jeff in the backline, but it is triple support because they also have that Cloak and Dagger, so they're going to be a little squishier here. They've only got Magneto on the Vanguard role. Indiana Tech going for some pretty straight up 2-2-2 stuff. 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, 2 Strategists, and yes, the man without fear is here. Daredevil finally making an appearance in a game I've gotten to cast. Could not be more excited to actually see him in play here, but it's going to be Indiana Tech picking up the first blood here on point number 1 there. A few KOs coming straight away. Sharapur there on the Daredevil picking up a KO for himself here as well. So going to be a regroup here for Speedway for the meantime, and that's going to be Indiana Tech picking up first take and already up to 25%, so on the move here for sure.
And they are playing up super far, putting on big pressure. I feel like we got to go a different route. Don't take them in this hall right here. In the statue hall, I don't think this is the best way to go. And remember what I said earlier, the catalyst here is Angela. She's already making a play back there for Jeff. She's the one that started off last time. She smoked Jeff and then put big damage on to Pickle Man on the Bucky to help out the team. They're trying to get this tussle going in their favor, but Angela over here got the power of the Rocket Raccoons, taking my man Magneto for a ride and putting on big damage. The ult coming down, and let's see what combos they put in with it.
Yeah, and Speedway already retooling the comp a little bit, so more traditional triple support now from them. They got 2 Vanguards in the front line. They're going to rely on Pickleman on that Winter Soldier for some damage, and already turning the tables. Shoreport goes down. Daredevil back to the spawn room here. 2 ultimates for Speedway and just 1 for Indiana Tech, so a little bit of an ult economy advantage here. But the problem here, and like you were saying, Zip, is that Indiana Tech has pushed them so far up back to their spawn room that they're going to have to fight through this whole map just to get to that capture point. Almost 90% of the way. Overhead there, Snyder on the Hella looking to rain down some damage, but fortunately that Cloak and Dagger ult, the Eternal Bond, plenty of sustain there to keep the team alive, and now it is do or die time for Speedway here. They're going to have to move up and get on the point, and there they are looking to contest. OT pops, and they're almost retaking it for the first time in this matchup here.
The classic 99%. Everybody's been talking about it since the game came out, and luckily for Speedway, it works out for them. They do get the touch, but they're going to hold steady. They do have it halted, but haven't got the cap. Finally able to catch Jeff coming in, going to try to take everybody off that board. Didn't get quite everyone, but he's holding on to 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Cloak and Dagger and Bucky. Hold as long as he can. The dunk. It's good.
Yeah, Kerbo's Jeff is something to be feared for sure. And a couple of stuns there onto Speedway as well, but they've got their own Jeff ultimate here, looking for something to make happen here. I do believe that Jeff grabbed at least somebody. They got 1. They got a Rocket Raccoon, but he's back on the stage. Shift jumped right back on there. So it is going to be a reversal here from Indiana Tech. I got to say, really nice retake from Speedway here. They got in the fight. They're on the board on this first point here, but again, just kind of created a mountain for themselves to climb at the beginning of this point here. So I would say for now, going to have to take a step back, go to this second submap, and just regroup and get in that fight a little earlier this time.
Question for you: what do you think the answer for Angela is, man? I don't think that's a good look to let her play in this type of environment. Like I said, domination.
Yeah, I mean, and especially being played by P. Dougie, definitely the one that can play her the best that I've seen so far. Yeah, it's a tough call. I can see that Speedway is trying a couple different things. They've changed up the comp again. They're a little bit more traditional now, just going for 2-2-2 again. They've got a Moon Knight and a Magic, very interesting combo. Moon Knight has been a big player in a lot of convoy and convergence maps. He's a siege breaker. If you're getting spawn held, he's a really great to break out of there. So a little bit of an interesting strategy, but but I kind of see where they're going, right? They got held at spawn by Indiana Tech a little bit on that first point, so now they're going to look to just break out if that happens again. But, you know, Moon Knight in his own right, very strong DPS, so not a bad choice at all from Speedway here going into point 2. So like we were talking about before, you know, Indiana Tech, they had that spawn hold kind of locked in there. Point number 1, really tough start for Speedway. They did show some signs of life in the back half of that first capture point. You know, already a little bit low here, but they're in the fight. They're further up this time. They're able to contest a little bit here. Indiana Tech, though, they are on the point. They are fighting on the point consistently. And there's the Hulk from Speedway moving in just to try and contest and fight on the point for the team. Ults coming out from Speedway now. Not enough ultimates to keep up on the side of Indiana Tech. So that's 2 KOs for Speedway here, and very likely they can at least chase Indiana Tech off the rest of this point, especially being down the Mantis, you know, the strategist, not the worst, or not the best one to lose early on in a fight, but that is going to be Speedway chasing them off the point here. They wipe out the capture progress from Indiana Tech, and now they will take the first capture here on point number 2, so reversal from Speedway here, not only in control of the point, but 3 ultimates. Big win on the ult economy side as well. Jonga there on the Mantis, throwing down the Mantis ultimate, getting some sustain going here. Snyder overhead with the Hella darts, raining down some damage onto Speedway here, and finding some damage to Rocket Raccoon going down in the background there, so KO'd, and it looks like a Meteor M, but no dice on that one. Whiff from the Magneto ult, so gonna be a little bit of a you know, reset here for Speedway. Indiana Tech manages the retake here, first one they've gotten in this this second point here. Now they're in control, about 20% captured for Speedway, so not a bad start for them at all, but they are dropping like flies here. Jonga finding a double KO on the Mantis here, and it looks like Shorapur as well on the Daredevil there, finding another one too, so just KO after KO here. Fortunately for them, they've still got those 3 ultimates. Very, very aggressive ult lineup here. You've got the Dark Child, you've got the Hand of Khonshu, you've got the CYA. So they've got a lot of damage here and a pretty big opportunity to make a move here, but not if Indiana Tech lands that Eye of Agamotto. They do find one. Shorapur will take down Just Demonic, so that's a KO'd Hulk there, as well as the Moon Knight falling to the Man Without Fear, and that is going to be Indiana Tech taking control of this point and this fight once again. Still 3 ultimates. It's shifted a little bit for the side of Speedway, though. Now they've got an Eternal Bond on that Cloak and Dagger, so they've got some healing to keep the rest of the team alive. Sparedno as well on that Rocket Raccoon. Got that CYA beacon for that big damage output. You know, this is Season 4.5. 40% damage boost now on the CYA. It comes down, boosts the team up, but Jonga on that Mantis ult again, just keeping the team alive and in the fight here. Very, very soon, though, Daredevil all going to come into play here, and with Speedway grouped up, that's going to be easy line of sight for some serious damage when that ult charges. So they did use the magic, or the Moon Knight ult, excuse me. Does not look like it found anything. They do manage to take out the Punisher on the side of Indiana Tech. Just Demonic in there again with that Monster Hulk ult, just tried to chase Indiana Tech off the pointer. It is a close race here on point number 2. 50% captured for Speedway now, and they're in control. 62% for Indiana Tech. So Speedway gaining on the collegiate team here. They do have a Meteor M ready to go. And again, Indiana Tech finds themselves without ultimates and without the point here, as Speedway takes the lead here on the second point. So a gritty team here for Speedway, staying in these fights. And Red Wing goes up with that Meteor M, dunking down on somebody on Indiana Tech, finds a little bit of damage, but just not enough value to make it count, and he will go back to the spawn room now. So retake coming in from Indiana Tech off the back of those couple KOs. The Vanguard's down on the side of Speedway, but they're not able to take it quite yet here. The Jeff on the side of Indiana Tech, that's Kerbo, will find a KO there with the Jeff ultimate. Just one, but they'll take out another one in the background there. Red Wing, though, swaps over to the Doctor Strange. Very, very quick recontest here to try and stay in the fight. It's going to be a 99 OT for Speedway here. They are in the fight on point number 2, looking to take this thing to a point number 3. 3 members KO'd, but they cannot get rid of this Speedway team. They are standing strong on the point here, but the Vanguard's looking solo. Demonic is going to go back down to Puny Banner here in just a second. Doctor Strange sent back to the spawn room. There's no beef on the point here, and no way they can hold it. That is a retake for Indiana Tech.
I just got back. Sorry about that. A little bit of internet issues. Not really. My cat unplugged my router in the living room, so that's what happened. But I do see that Speedway is coming into this one high. They have a big lead. I'm sorry I missed all this. I wish I would have known what exactly happened. I did see that the moon was out and it was haunting. And now being pushed back in the back lines, trying to force their way in. The Magic trying to be the catalyst here to push them forward. Putting a lot of pressure on with this Punisher ult in that Cloak and Dagger ult. It does not matter. Big time damage, big time hold as they need to get the touch. It's overtime started, so they did get in there with the Hulk and the Magic, but it's going to be not for long if they can't get the rest of their team on board. The Rocket in the air, holding it down for Indiana Tech. Big heals, and Angela being the terror that she is. Oh my goodness. And we did see oh my goodness, we saw my man Star-Lord putting down big time KOs to help out Indiana Tech with this closeout, but it's still looking good. We got Hulk in big Hulk state, hold it down for the team. He put the shield on, but he needs his team to make it back for this to matter. He needs to leap back in. He's in, but he's gonna be puny banner in just a moment. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but that might be enough to at least get Speedway back on the point here. It does. Just a sliver of OT left as he goes back down to Puny Banner and back to the spawn room. Unfortunately, that's one strategist KO'd for Speedway. The Rocket goes down at the hands of Indiana Tech, and they manage to close it out. It's a 2-0 map number 1 for Indiana Tech, but man, second point hotly contested there for sure.
My goodness. Yeah, they fought back. They fought back heavily. Can you give me some understanding of how they were able to take over in the beginning? Was it the Moon Knight pick controlling the point, putting down big damage? I mean, he really does very well in a domination match of sorts, where he can kind of just throw down the Ankh and it'll just put damage on everyone, and there's nowhere for them to go. So I would assume that was a big turning point.
Yeah, Moon Knight definitely came in clutch here. Pickleman ended up with the most damage in that map, as you can see there, tail of the tape on your screen. But yeah, there were a couple of keys for Speedway. The first was that comp switch we saw at the very beginning. They went for more balance. They went for 2-2-2, and I feel like that just helped them kind of round out the team as a whole. But, you know, like we were talking about before this match started, a lot of it came down to some ult economy. Speedway found themselves in the lead in ults several times. They'd go into fights with 3-4 ultimates and control of the point, so they were able to just kind of keep the fights going, keep them stalled out, and just build that capture progress very quickly. So yeah, I mean, they definitely know the strats here, right? You know, they're a high school team, but they play like a professional team. They know that sometimes in domination, it's about just being able to stay on the point, stay in contention, and just build some capture progress over time. So I would say those are the two really big things that help Speedway get back in the fight. But man, talk about signs of life.
Yes. And, you know, you're talking about ult economy. You're talking about, you know, getting ults quickly. Moon Knight, he's one of those characters that he's going to cycle ults way faster than majority of DPSs in this game. Magic, not going to cycle ults as quickly, but the ultimate is detrimental, especially like I keep talking about in domination. You have nowhere to go. When she turns into that mode, you're going to be on that point with her, and she's going to be slicing and dicing, and your supports are going to have to scatter and try to get out of the way, which means less heals for you, right? And then she's going to target them. The rest of your team's going to have to deal with what's going on the front lines. I mean, it's dangerous stuff. So I like the picks. I like what they were trying to bring to the table there, and we'll see what they do here in this final one. It is, well, potentially final one. It's 1-0 on the side of Indiana Tech.
Yeah, match point for them. So this is the opportunity to make some adjustments here, go back to the drawing board a little bit, especially for Speedway here. You know, we talked about it. They had a couple of bands that were kind of interesting, but now they've seen Indiana Tech play. They've seen a little bit of the spread that they've got going, and now this is an opportunity to, you know, not quite target ban, not as strong as you could with that advanced ban system, but go after maybe some heroes that they're choosing that we aren't. You know, this is kind of that give and take opportunity here. So yeah, you know, the versatility thing for Speedway is great to see. You see some pro teams struggle with swapping comps in the middle of maps. You know, I've seen plenty of Sentinels games where they just will not get off of a losing comp. So, you know, it's great to see even at this level players understand, like, hey, if it's not working, we just need to go to something else and, you know, freshen up a little bit, go for something a little more comfortable.
Yeah, and another thing is, like, swapping after a round is one thing. if we could see some swapping in the middle of the game, that's where things can really turn. Because you need to, if something comes in and it starts to dominate your squad, your DPSs are no longer getting picks, your tanks are no longer doing what they need to do on the front lines. Something that if the team brings something to the table like that, which I think that it was the Star-Lord of the last game, if they bring something to the table, you got to address that quickly. You don't have too much time to allow that to squander your game. So I want to see what they bring to the table here coming to this next one. Pickleman, if we do see an Iron Fist, I would be excited. I think he's very, very good in domination. Actually, no, wait, this isn't domination anymore. We are on Idrisil Path on Convoy. And I mean, to be honest, I think that Iron Fist is good on this map too, right? But we're going to lock in the magic as the dive. So probably going to go that route. And we have Jeff saved on the other side for Indiana Tech. Interesting.
Yeah, they're going to skip a ban here, too, so I don't know if that's the skip a ban and still win aura strat coming out from Indiana Tech, or if it's more of just a couldn't quite decide at the last second. And I have heard sometimes that locking in those bans can be a little tricky if you're there at the last second. So, yeah, I mean, the Iron Fist, I could definitely see it. Idrisil Path has some flank opportunities for a hero like Iron Fist. Is a tricky hero to play and does have a pretty tough job in a situation like this, but, I have seen people play Iron Fist on Idrisil Path specifically before, and now you see the ban spread coming out here. Speedway has changed quite a bit up here. They've banned out the Hella. That was a problem that they were facing up against Indiana Tech that last match. They did stick with the Venom ban though, but they're going to save the Invisible Woman. So we saw Indiana Tech ban that last time. So somebody on Speedway is an Invisible Woman player, I would almost imagine. And then Indiana Tech, they save that Phoenix. So, classic. Can't go wrong with a Phoenix DPS.
Man, I mean, I'd argue she's the best DPS in the game, to be honest. Combo potential with that character is second to none. She can combo with almost anything and stop almost any healer ult if you play it correctly, right? So, I mean, I think she's phenomenal. Now, one thing, when we talk about that missed ban, I don't know exactly what they were doing, but a lot of time when you're in comp like this and you're doing this ban format, if you didn't get it in time, you can still type in the chat and other teams should honor the ban, right? So they kind of just communicate with each other, hey, we were trying to ban this, we didn't get it in time, and then you just don't pick it, right? Maybe they're going that route. Luna Snow off the table, Angela off the table, Speedway making an executive decision after getting tortured by Angela in the previous match, and I respect it. I would have done the same thing. So they have two dive tanks off the table for them, Venom and Angela. I do like what we're seeing over there. To be honest, if I look at the other side, it just looks like they want to stop you from getting your defense off, and they're going to bring in a pile on a lot of damage from Indiana Tech. We do have the Phoenix, we have the Spider-Man going to be diving. So you banned two dive tanks, but you did allow, you saved magic and you didn't ban Spider-Man. Spider-Man, the way that I look at that character, if a Spider-Man pops off, I don't care what level of gameplay it is. I don't care if it's ranked. I don't care if it's a high school tournament, college tournament, or a pro tournament. If Spider-Man pops off, you lose. That's just what happens. If you do not stop that character, you lose the game. And so we'll see what they do about the oncoming Spider-Man from Jonga at Indiana Tech.
Yeah, and an absolute blast to watch when he gets the momentum going, because that is when Spider-Man truly becomes hard to stop. But interesting comp overall coming out from Indiana Tech. They've got 3 DPSs here, almost like they're prepped for a triple Vanguard, triple support spawn hold, but no such team from Speedway here. They're going pretty standard stuff. So Indiana Tech, gonna be some high damage. They go for the Mr. Fantastic, maybe not the most commonly picked hero, but he lies somewhere in between Vanguard and Duelist, so gives them an opportunity to put out some damage, but also keep themselves protected without sacrificing too much DPS. You saw their very quick first blood from Indiana Tech here on to Reaper Black. The magic sent back to the spawn room along with the Magneto and the Invisible Woman here. So Rocket Raccoon BRB Beacon not going to be enough to keep this team in the fight. And man, it is a long walk back from that defense spawn room on this map. So big opportunity for Indiana Tech to take some free real estate, and that is going to be a full reset from Speedway.
It's free real estate. So I have a question for you. So I hear pros give a lot of guff to Mr. Fantastic. They act like he's not even a good character. They talk about him being volunteer. I personally don't know what counters him. What is exactly the counter to that character? His sustain is immaculate. He does pretty solid damage. He can chase flyers. He can attack the back line. He can play the front line. What is the issue with this character? I don't understand.
Yeah, you know, the counter is hard because you barely see him in pro play. So sometimes when he comes out, it's just an X factor, like a bit of a surprise that teams don't know how to deal with. I mean, I think the biggest issue is that, you know, Ultron is kind of the same, where he's a DPS and a support, but he does both of those pretty well. Mr. Fantastic, it feels like he's somewhere in the middle, but is just okay at both. There's better options on both sides of the fence. So I love Mr. Fantastic personally. I've played him quite a bit, but I do, at least in the pro tier, you know, the tier 1 scene, I understand why people are a bit hesitant to go for him. You know, at least for Indiana Tech, though, seems like it's working out in their favor. That Brainiac bounce is ready to go, too. So they've got a 6 ult fight coming their way. Speedway does here. Indiana Tech's going to go ahead and let that Sonic Seduction rip, and the Jeff ult as well from Kerbo. Not sure if Kerbo found anybody in that It's Jeff, but, you know, opportunities for some stall. Does look like they find one there, and that's another big team fight win for Indiana Tech here as they are on the cusp of checkpoint number 1. You know, I will say, credit to Speedway, though, they have done a good job of shaving some time off here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock. So after time refresh, Indiana's just back up to 4 minutes.
I have a wild take here, and I think that 2 minutes and 30 seconds is too much to get for getting the right first checkpoint, to be honest. I wish they would change that. I've been in a lot of areas talking about that, and I've had some people agree with me, some people don't, and even a couple devs do not agree with me. So, but you know, but hey, man, they did shave off a lot of time, like you said. Got them down to 4 minutes. That second touch, it meant a lot, and they got a lot of pressure on to the back line, but unfortunately lost that team fight not super quickly, so that's what helped them a good bit. So they are pushed back, I mean, astronomically far, and they're trying to force their way out to try to get a hold here, at least in the midpoint, give themselves two minimum team fights here on this initial push, because you don't want to let them get this swiftly. You don't want to let them get this quick and tack on more time and put you back to 4 minutes. But they're looking pretty good right now. They're holding on pretty strong. They got Mr. Fantastic doing fantastic work in the back line, and that is not what they want to see. Here comes the Phoenix ult. You're nothing. Picks up, what was that, 2?
Yeah, and I mean, man, Speedway has changed up their comp a lot. They got something really interesting going on here. They have 3 DPSs running right now with just 1 Vanguard. You know, not a comp that I would normally say is super competitive, but it helps if you've got somebody like Just Demonic on the Black Panther. I saw at least a 2K in there, if not a 3. Pickleman on the Kraken Impact as well to put down some more damage, but countered, taken down by P. Dougie on the Emma Frost. So yet another one falls victim to one of the deadliest Vanguards in the game here. But yeah, you are right. They have shaved off time again here. They're back down to almost 2 minutes. You know, this next checkpoint, they're going to get a 130 refresh. But after that, this map becomes very, very heavily defense friendly. So, you know, Speedway, they're trying to stay ahead of the curve, and I think they're kind of on par with it, where, you know, once this time refresh comes in, it's going to slow down a lot here in a couple of minutes. If not right now, Speedway is just knocking down Indiana Tech left and right, finding KOs here, and they're in control of the payload, pushing the other direction here. There goes Kerbo back to the spawn room. Jonga's low too, so is Show Report. Almost all of Indiana Tech pretty low here without one of their strategists. Serious trouble here before checkpoint 2.
You know, I think the story there was that Indiana Tech didn't commit to the hard push, right? They moved up really, really far and kind of stopped at the midpoint, not all the way around that corner, not at that choke where they're trying to come through the back corridor by the checkpoint. They stopped in the midpoint. I think that gave Speedway a chance to really play this choke right here to this corner, and it's paying dividends. But coming in with multiple ults, 5 down, 1 more to go, and this is almost a full team wipe. But I think Black Panther is just out sneaking around somewhere, hiding. But they're on the prowl as this point is moving forward. 1 minute on the clock for Indiana Tech, and they are going to get the touch, and it's down up to 2 minutes and 30 seconds as they go for the final stretch here against Speedway.
Yeah, things are going to start getting tight here for Indiana Tech. You know, they are kind of in control of the match right now. They pretty much just aced Speedway, but 2:30 on the last checkpoint here. Yggdrasil path is tough. They're not going to have much time left, even if they do manage to clear this map here. And you just saw, you know, Show Report and Jonga, DPS line for Indiana Tech right now. You know, Show Report normally a Vanguard kind of guy, but coming in clutch there. Jonga with the 2K, Show Report with the 3, and now again finding several KOs onto Speedway here, sending the team right back to the spawn room yet again here, you know, I may have spoke too soon, but I said it's defense friendly. It is defense friendly if you keep your numbers up. Now for Speedway, they do have some advantage here. They've got 5 ults. It's almost a 6 ult fight for them. So big opportunity to swing the pendulum their way and get some momentum going here. With a minute 30 on the clock, they're running out of opportunities to stop a full push from Indiana Tech.
Yep, that's for sure. But you see what Indiana Tech did that time? That's what I meant on the last push. This time they went all the way and they held at the spawn. They didn't do that last time. They gave leeway, and it didn't really work out for them. This time they're pushed up all the way to the back end. They're only down 1 player on each side. Which one is the Invisible Woman, so that's not a good look. Black Panther doing his job. But just look at this. We still see we got Emma in the front line putting down damage. The yoke slam. And Mr. Fantastic paying dividends. That man is doing what he's supposed to do, trying to mirror with the Mr. Fantastic from Speedway. I don't know if this is the play for your final push, but I guess you want that extra sustainability on the front lines. The Slamma Jamma coming out from Indiana Tech right on the front door of your spawn. Nobody could get out. 45 seconds left. They got it, and it's going to be a chance for Speedway to try to come back against them and force overtime. 45 seconds is not the greatest time to have left, so there was a lot of resistance from Speedway. Indiana Tech's giving himself a little bit of cushion there with that final push up and holding at the spawn door. I love it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for Speedway here as we swap sides. You know, now on the offense, now they know they have to take this thing to a round 3. They have to at least clear the map, but the pressure really comes from the time disparity. Indiana Tech only has 45 seconds in the bank here, so when the game gives them the 60 seconds, they'll have a minute 45 total. So Speedway wants to try and clear this thing a little bit quicker. And, you know, I did notice it felt like Indiana Tech was a little slow on the uptake for checkpoint number 1. Maybe not the fastest checkpoint 1 I've seen on Yggdrasil Path. So there's an opening for Speedway to try and make some headway here on the time bank, but again, it's going to be that 3rd checkpoint that gets tricky for them. Indiana Tech, you can see changing up the comp a little bit. Snyder's over on the Iron Fist, maybe, and they don't have a spawn room door to open, so that's what they're committing to. P. Dougie on the floor as well, so interesting change up here for Indiana Tech. It's a little bit more sustaining of a team where they can take a bit more of a hit, even though they only have 1 Vanguard, right? Mr. Fantastic, it's got that 375 health pool, plenty of abilities, like you were saying, Zip, earlier, to keep himself alive. And then, of course, Iron Fist, you know, he's got some self-sustain too. So this is going to be a tough defensive team to overcome.
Definitely. They're going to be playing in that front line, making those random plays. They can peel. That's another thing about Mr. Fantastic. He can peel so well. Boxing in the Hulk, not letting him out of the doors. He finally is able to sneak his way out. They were putting down some punishment, but very good coordination from Speedway to help him get out and hold position. Putting all that pressure on with both of your frontliners and having them off point with Hulk right there and allowing the point to move up this far, that actually was counterintuitive once they didn't turn him into Banner. So now out here in this little choke, if they can get around this bend, this will become a pretty quick point. They are getting a lot of resistance from Indiana Tech. I do see the Iron Fist is out, so they have a lot of damage on the table from this team. Hulk still not going down 1 time is actually a good look. He's playing phenomenal, and his healers are really looking out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Speedway, I saw they picked off one of the DPSs on Indiana Tech. Good choice, because now you just have a bunch of sustain that you can just left click and hold down to get rid of with no real threat there. Reaper Black on the Jeff here finds a couple, but doesn't go for the environmental KO. Just decides to combo him himself, you know, give him a little juggle there and take care of him there as they find a 2-for-1 favoring Speedway there. They are on the move here. They've rounded the corner up the hill, so past one of the more difficult offensive parts on this first checkpoint, but dropping like flies here as Jonga goes over to the Phoenix, and P. Dougie will find a KO for himself too on that Thor. So putting up some numbers yet again. Indiana Tech is the Quadra KO coming out from P. Dougie here on the Thor. You know, new and improved this season, and it's really starting to show. I'm seeing that Thor a lot more than I used to.
What's so funny is he's not that changed. He's still essentially the same guy with mainly an ult change, right? So I don't know what made him so much better, to be honest. But let's talk about the game here. There was only 2 team fights on the push side from Indiana Tech on this first checkpoint, and yeah, it's looking pretty rough for Speedway. Indiana Tech finished this checkpoint with 2 minutes on the clock. No, they finished with Yeah, well, yeah, they had 2 minutes and 30 seconds when they finished the checkpoint and got back up to 4 minutes. 4 minutes to push. These guys over here, Speedway, this is 2 team fights they're about to lose initially, and they're down to 1 minute 30 seconds. This is going to have to be an overtime push. They have 2 fights left, and if they end up losing this one, they have to make it quick. You don't want to prolong this first fight and then try to come back and fight again, because you might not get the chance. You might get staggered.
Yeah, and this might be a little early from Indiana Tech. They're emptying the coffers here, letting go of all the ults, and Reaper Black finding a 2K on the Jeff here now, too. So Indiana Tech, they're going to come back into this with 1 ult, and Speedway's going to have at least 2, if not 3. That invisible boundary is going to be up before too long here. So PW overhead, there goes the Thor ultimate as well, crashing down to some thunder and lightning, but no KOs off that one. So this might be an opportunity here. They're falling behind in the time game, Speedway is, but I feel like Indiana Tech, they may have tried to confirm the map win a little too early. There was like 1 minute 30 still on the clock. They activated all the ults, didn't get a lot of KOs out of it, and now we're 30 seconds and just inches away from a 2:30 time refresh for Speedway.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that's a good play. You do that, right? Because like I was saying, time-wise, Speedway only had time for 2 more pushes, right? So you dump all yours with 1 minute left. They have to now make it back to the point and hope they can get their ults off, right? If you win that engagement. They didn't win it. They gambled. I like that play. That's a huge try. Didn't work out. But they are still back on point. They gave themselves the chance for the second fight, right? So that's why you do a play like that. And now on the front line, you got Speedway pushing back with their ultimate from Emma, holding the doorway, but Mr. Fantastic bouncing around, Mr. Elastic. It is doing big damage, and I do think that Indiana Tech might have solidified this, but Big Hulk has something to say about it. Oh, no, he doesn't. Jeff has something to say about it. Oh, my God.
He has a lot to say about it. Kerbo does find that Hulk, but he's able to walk. He just floats right back onto the stage. No problem there. Back on the fight, but that is enough of a stall to close it out. Heartbreakingly short of checkpoint number 1 for Speedway, and that is an Indiana Tech win, 2-0, taking both Royal Palace and Yggdrasil Path here in the first series.
There it is, man. Time management, you only... Essentially what they did there, I know I just said it, but essentially what they did, you do a dump like that on the back, they're not even at point, right? The point's walking backwards. You do an ult dump like that, you're giving the other team only 1 team fight instead of giving them the 2 that they need to get the push. So you take the initiative and make the team fight yours to give, and then you come back and you get your final hold on. I think that worked out. It did wonders for them. Jeff, one of those ult economy characters you're talking about, gets his ult really, really fast. So when they did come back, they just had to hold for a little bit. Jeff made a big play to stop the Hulk ult. That was huge stuff. Very cohesive gameplay from Indiana Tech. Speedway looked very good. I wish they would have got the point a little bit further on, but they played very well. I am not mad at it. Good job, my students out there. You guys did very well.
Yeah, a fantastic show, especially against such a competitive collegiate team. You know, you have to take into consideration who they're playing, and Indiana Tech has shown a lot of tech, literally, in both the NECC circuit and the Collegiate Rivals series. So, man, huge props to Speedway for keeping up that fight. And, you know, they picked up a couple medals there. I saw they got the most damage blocked and the most heals in the match, so they were fighting back for sure, and their support players definitely doing their job. And, you know, sometimes it comes down to DPS numbers, sometimes it comes down to, you know, fights, and I feel like Indiana Tech opted for the risk reward route, and they were definitely rewarded ending that game with still like a minute left on the clock. It almost locked it in there. So yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff. First series in the books. Your final score, Indiana Tech 2-0 there, and you know, Speedway pushing them. You know, got to wipe a little bit of sweat off the brow, I would say, at least if you're Indiana Tech. If not, you know, maybe fanning yourself a little bit like, man, that was an uphill battle for sure. But, you know, man, just great stuff. And like you said, you know, students out there, I mean, they put on the show. They can play circles around me, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very good. Very, very good. I like it. You can tell they play together a lot. Yeah, they put in the practice. And this is what I was talking about, man. Even at this level, these guys, they really put in work. I think that in team games like this, as long as you all care enough and you talk enough and you train enough, you can really get things rocking. And I want to give a shout out to Indiana Tech. Got to give a shout out to Speedway. varsity, you guys have a bright future. And I believe you guys are going to really cook up. And I want to give a shout out to Zotac Gaming for supporting Scholastic Esports in Indiana. You can show your appreciation for Zotac Gaming by giving them a shout out on social media. Make sure to join their community on Discord, and don't forget to use hashtag powered by Zotac or Zotac USA when you post. Go out there, get your phones out, go on your web browser and get your tweet out there, or X, whatever you want to call it. Go on your Instagram and use those hashtags and give a shout out to Zotac Gaming for helping bring this tournament out. Now, with that being said, guys, we are finished with our first game. Indiana Tech went up against Speedway. We saw what happened there, 2-0 victory. Speedway put up a good fight. But we are waiting for our next game, and we're going to take a short break. I wouldn't even say short. It's probably going to be about 15 minutes, but we will have a timer up for you guys, and we will be back with more action here on LANFest.
Well, hello, rivals, and welcome back to the Indiana Esports Network. Thank you so much for joining me for some high school Marvel Rivals competition at FortLAN. My name is Diatonic, and I am here with the legend himself, Zipmaster Flex, and we are hot off of an intense first game between Speedway and Indiana Tech, and man, it was a wild game number one for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely a wild game number one. Speedway did very well. We talked about it last time. I mean, before we went on break, they put a lot on the table and forced the hand of Indiana Tech. They made them really get into their bag. I think in the first game, it was kind of like a test run, trying to figure out what they needed to do and what they were up against, and they answered the call. I liked what we saw from them later on. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that first checkpoint on the second round, but there was a lot of big plays from Indiana Tech that shut them down. So we're gonna see what the next school is able to do against them. I can't remember, what was the name of the next school?
I think it's Southside is going to be the
Southside.
next one.
Southside Varsity is going to be trying their hand against Indiana Tech once again. If you don't know what we're doing, guys, this is a round robin format. Each school is going to play Indiana Tech, and then after that, we will go into a bracket based on performance from this round robin. And so we'll get into it like that. As we're getting into this bad boy, I just got to say, how can somebody be a fan of Daredevil? It's just a blind guy like Batman, and he makes no sense. Is all I can say. How do you get that powerful from just being a blind guy? I know he trained under this and that, but let's be for real, man. That dude's doing stuff that doesn't make. He's fighting celestial beings.
Yeah, I was about to say, Daredevil is a character that always is getting into fights with people he has absolutely no business fighting. That's kind of been a character trait for him for a while. If you've watched the Netflix show or the new season on Disney Plus, you'll know that he definitely tangles with Kingpin a lot, with some guys like Bullseye. But he's definitely had fisticuffs with Thanos before. I mean, this guy has fought way too many people he does not need to be fighting.
Yeah, it drives me insane. I'm a nitpicky guy like that. Like, Batman, right? I like Batman when he was a street level character. I cannot stand Justice League Batman. They make him able to do stuff that makes no sense. And I'm just like, I get it. It's fiction. It's a comic, and he can do whatever they write him to do. But when you start writing him like that, you're making me not like him anymore.
I mean, hey, at least here in the Rivals lore, it helps to be possessed by a dragon guardian spirit that gives you some actual superpowers, especially considering the roster you're up against. I mean, that definitely helps out a little bit, at least.
That is true. Question. I know in the game they give you comic panels and things like that to try to keep up with the lore. Is there an actual comic series for Rivals so I could just buy some little paperback comics and just read it through? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so there is a comic series on Marvel Unlimited. It's the Unlimited comics, which are they're kind of like the webtoon style, where it's like you scroll and it's all one big long picture. But they have been taking those once they get 8 or 9 issues out and making them into real comic books. So I've got my green screen up, unfortunately, but I do have them on my wall back here. So there are Rivals comics that you can read, and they do kind of give you some of the info about the lore and things like that and what's going on, from season to season.
That is awesome. Yeah, I love that too, right? I know, Marvel, DC, both of them, they give themselves so much leeway. They've both been around for so long that there's so many different universes and so many different timelines, so many different storylines. And I love that this game gets to tell its own story instead of trying to tell a story, kind of like Injustice for DC, right? Exactly. That's telling a story that's already made. That's telling a comic story. This game is telling its own story, which is phenomenal.
Combining a couple of known Marvel universes, 616 and then the 2099 universe together, and that's kind of the premises of the whole thing. So yeah, you do get to see these characters in, I'm very familiar with Marvel. I've been a Marvel guy for at least 10 years. So, you get to see some new things from these characters and some interactions you wouldn't normally see or expect to see, and that's kind of the fun of Rivals for me. So yeah, I totally understand.
Definitely the fun of it. I love it so much. I love one of my favorite dialogues is when Groot realizes Emma can understand him and then he starts spitting game. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you get a lot of I really enjoy the new one with Daredevil and Luna Snow. where he talks about like the people of Kunlun, you know, in the lore right now have been in the middle of this fight between these two dragon spirits. And she's like, oh, I'll put on a benefit concert to cheer everybody up. And he says, I've heard your music. No thanks. My people have suffered enough.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's phenomenal. I love it. That is beautiful. And you know what else is phenomenal? We get to see Penny. We didn't see Penny at all last game, and we're going to get it locked in. A save for the Penny and a save for Rocket on the other side. So I bet you both teams are going to be trying to go for this character in this Hell's Heaven domination. I'm not the greatest fan of Hell's Heaven. How do you feel about this map?
It's a really common one for the tier 1 pros. People up there love Hell's Heaven for domination. It's an interesting map because there's a lot of flank opportunities. There's a lot of kind of these weird jump scare opportunities where, you know, a character like Black Panther or Daredevil can kind of leap out of a hallway and take you down before you even knew what happened. Yeah. So it is interesting. And something like Penny does kind of work here because there's plenty of places where you can stuff 1,000 arachno mines into a hallway and just watch somebody walk in and get erased. And, you know, now with Rocket's ultimate being buffed and the Rocket Network team up, letting him drop arachno mines too, I like this. I think it's funny that Indiana Tech saved Rocket and Southside said, okay, we'll get the team up then and we'll save Penny. And that's exactly what they're going to lock in here on both sides of the board.
Yeah, definitely good stuff. Now, 2 of the supports gone in Mantis and Luna. On the side of Southside, going to go and get rid of those. Now, I'm interested why Mantis. I mean, she does get some burn now, but I think that you look at Jeff, you look at Rocket, you look at Luna, you look at Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger. They're all getting more burn than Mantis in my eyes. I think they're better characters. She's playable, but I think that they're just all better characters. So I don't know why specifically go for that man. Especially after watching Indiana Tech, I know that Southside was probably watching the match we just had. They never played Mantis one time, right? So what are you worried about when it comes to that character?
Yeah, it's always interesting. She does get a lot more play now in the pros, and people really like her damage boost, especially if you play flyers like Ultron. You know, you throw a damage boost up to him and kind of sit and forget, and then he just wipes everybody out from the air. So I think it's more the combo potential rather than just the hero herself. Yeah, it's very interesting. They're both going to go for Rocket Network team-ups, man. That's crazy because you don't see a lot of Penny, but, you know, now with Rocket having some improvements here and there, I mean, I kind of see it. And Indiana Tech, they're going to go for this triple support. They've got the Animal Crossing backline, and then they also have Jonga on the Adam Warlock. Been a threat for a lot of competitive players, and a lot of teams struggled to get past this, so lots of sustain from Indiana Tech here on this first point.
Yeah, you look at Adam. He does a lot of heals in burst, right? Like, so it's kind of hard to take people out or get you a sneak KO here and there. We're trying to for the portal play dropping in. What in the world's going on, boy? My camera is doing the Watusi. Okay, wow. There we go. All right, back on the point, and we see them scrapping. But you know, you add Adam to the fold, and you're getting you a little bit of DPS added in there, and that's why you see them going triple support with only the Bucky as their DPS. But gonna lose that first engagement trying that wonky portal play, and Southside gonna take the first count.
Yeah, and you know, Southside defending the homeland here. This is happening at FortLAN, of course, and Southside is a Fort Wayne high school, so, you know, a little bit of drama here, you know, wanting to win on broadcast on your home turf for sure. And, man, solid start for Southside. I mean, they've already got control of the point. You know, they played through the portal play. I don't know if it was intentional. I have seen some pretty crazy stuff with strange portals opening up, but I don't know if that's exactly what Indiana Tech was going for here. But Southside in control here first. Those couple of KOs and more KOs coming out from Southside as well. They're going to pick up some big ult charge here right out the gate, so they are going to be leading the economy here. A couple of interesting picks from them too. They do have a Thor. They have an Iron Fist taken down by Indiana Tech there to start things off, but very interesting comp, and man, already up to 50% captured on this first pointer. Indiana Tech battling back though, finding a couple of KOs here and there.
The good old Penny Tech. They're both standing on their traps trying to protect. Neither one able to come out victorious, and then Southside held on long enough for their team to get back. But Indiana Tech's Penny putting down some big damage on that point, trying to get a takeover here. The tussle for power still maintained by Southside as they're climbing up to upwards of 70%. Hell Unleashed, unfortunate positioning, going to be blocked by the pillar. Can't really get the damage that you want out of it. So Southside's hella old. kind of going to be a waste there in the back lines right now. Bucky trying to see what Jeff's talking about. Almost had him miss the final 2 shots and lets him skate away scot-free, and still no cap for Indiana Tech.
Yeah, this point in particular on Hell's Heaven can be tricky for Hella. Oh yeah, they did retake. Wow, I didn't even notice either. Yeah, this point can be tricky for Hella. You can get caught in those situations where the enemy team just rotates to hide behind a pillar, or one pops up in front of you. And now, we got this momentum shift coming in here. Southside still holding on to 4 ultimates. Indiana Tech using an ult to hold on to control of this point there. Show report on that Kraken impact. I don't think he got the reset though, but they've still got 4 more in their back pocket there as well. Digibissel there on the Jeff this time, looking for something all the way back to the spawn door for the rest of the team to finish them off there. It'll be Kamari on the Iron Fist taking down the enemy Jeff there. So trying to get back in control here. Both teams stacking ults on top of each other. Jonga, though, critically still holding on to that Adam Warlock ult. The res is going to come in huge here depending on what happens. But first, a Rocket CYA from Indiana Tech. They are buying some time here and catching up to Southside fast.
That new and improved Rocket ult really saved them from the cheaper Town Hall from Southside. That bad boy. I mean, look, I liked in the beginning what we were getting out of Iron Fist, but I think to get out of this choke, you're going to have to swap. Because you have to go around that corner into the back lines to where your healers are not going to be able to put heals on you and make a play with Iron Fist unless you frontline with them, and that's still not a good look with all the penny mines everywhere as we're watching Southside get melted. They did get over to the point. They're trying to get the cap. They got it. Somebody snuck around and made a big play. It was Iron Fist. We didn't quite get to see him, but watching his health bar come down, I know that was him alone on that point. He got the cap, but right back to Indiana Tech because no one was there with them. They're closing it out as they're holding it down in the hall the same way they've been doing. This pressure that they're applying on domination looks the same as game number 1 against the first school, and they win swiftly with the first round.
Yeah, and an absolute brick wall there at the end. Indiana Tech put up. They had the Karmic Revival online, so team was going to get rezzed. They still had a couple more offensive alts, too. They'll carry those over into this round, though, so they'll have a Penny Parker ult and a Kraken Impact ready to go right out the gate. Digibissel on that Jeff there on Southside will have the ult ready to go very shortly, but there's just not a lot of follow-up here. So, I expect to see Indiana Tech get aggressive right out of the gate here, probably go for that early cap. It's going to force Southside to play a little bit of neutral for now, and sometimes you just have to kind of fall back on that. Their Thor is the closest ult here. They've got 66%, but their team is not a super fast ult charge. Jeff's is, I would say, moderate, but for the most part, just not a lot of resources in the tank right now. But they got plenty of time to charge some up.
Oh yeah, Jeff's is on the way. Yeah, like you said, Thor should be there soon. And I think the only reason Accelerators is where it's at is because he swapped characters. And I'm gonna be honest, Squirrel Girl on this map, I don't know. You're gonna have to show me, right? I need to see what the reasoning was for this pick. All right, jumping straight to the back lines. Indiana Tech, and they are trying to put on some big pressure. The Bucky ult is on and popping as he does take down 2. Squirrel Girl and Penny are gonna fall. And he's still back there dancing and romancing as they make their way back to the point, get the cap. Indiana Tech with a prolific play.
Yeah, big run back on the Strange portal from P. Dougie there. Definitely improvement over game number 1, and that lets them get that all-important first cap. Like we said, I think they're starting aggressive here. They don't have any ults. They're going to have an Eye of Agamotto right up here. But again, big opportunity for them to just build that ult charge. Because, again, domination, a lot of times it just comes down to how much you can stall. That's usually what Jeff is there for. But taken down by the Penny Parker on Indiana Tech. P. Dougie will pick up another one as well. Off to that Eye of Agamotto. Not a ton of value, but enough to keep them in the fight here. Indiana Tech hold a lot of the cards right now. They've got 2 ults ready to go. One of those being the Rocket CYA. Southside only has 1. They'll have a Penny Parker ult as well, and their own CYA. So we're probably looking at a bit more of a team fight coming up here around the corner.
We see the Iron Fist is going to have to swap over to Star-Lord. I don't know if he's going to be the biggest piece, but I do understand the swap. Iron Fist was not able to do anything, especially with the way that we're watching Indiana Tech push up and hold initial choke points. They cannot even get out of spawn. This is absolutely absurd. I was going to bring this up in between rounds that this map, in between domination stages, it stays kind of the same. If once they take the first checkpoint, if they press up, you're in the same situation. There's only really one way to get out, and it's rough stuff. But this is looking pretty solid here. The legendary, he's gonna get 2 picks off. We got the Jeff, but coming right back at you as the Adam gets a nice revive, and you are in the same position you were in when it started.
Yeah, the Karmic Revival, so difficult to overcome, and Southside has to just empty the tank here. Most of their ults offline for now, just trying to get through this Indiana Tech squad and get back onto the point here. 90% captured and still on the move. Shore report overhead, Rage of Ultron raining some damage down onto Southside, and Snyder holding on to a Jeff ultimate that they may not need here, finding 2 KOs there off of that Rage of Ultron. Gonna go ahead and throw the Jeff ult down, but does not need it. Closing it out here, Indiana Tech, 2 points to 0. Map number 1 belongs to them.
Extermination. That was... Dang, that's gotta hurt, man. That was 2 absolute shutdowns, brother. Oh, man. You gotta have some mental fortitude. I hope they're not sitting over there in their seats arguing with each other going into this next game, because that can get tensions high when you end up in a situation like that and you can't get anything going. I felt that before. I've done that to teams before, and normally that gets some banter going between the team. Hopefully they're able to wipe that slate clean and go into this next one. And lucky for them, it's not domination, so they don't have to worry about being dominated in that fashion again. And they can try to get something going on Convoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they did have a couple bright spots here. The front line, the Vanguards for Southside doing their work for sure. XLR there picking up most damage blocked. But yeah, a lot of the glory goes to Indiana Tech here on this first map. And, you know, we talked about it earlier in the broadcast. You know, this is a tough situation for these high school teams, right? You know, like we talked about, Marvel Rivals, a lot of the time, execution is not the end all be all. Sometimes it is about the team play. But, you know, this is a big opportunity for these high school teams to get a taste of that collegiate competition. You know, Indiana Tech, a team that's had some opportunities to play against some big names. You know, recently in the NECC circuit, they took down Georgia Tech, who beat Fisher University not too long ago. And if you know anything about collegiate rivals teams, Fisher has some pro level players, some 100 Thieves players, I believe maybe Team Nemesis, something like that. So, you know, this is a big learning opportunity for these high school teams. So obviously, you know, like you're talking about, Zip, you know, you want to be careful of that mental game. Don't let yourself get discouraged, and just look at it as, you know, this is an opportunity to see kind of what that next level of competition looks like.
I think esports is 70% mental, man. I mean, not even to say that other sports aren't, right? But I think, you know, in esports, if you take 2 players that are the exact same skill level, the one with more mental fortitude or better thought process is the one that's going to take the game, right? And like I said, I mean, basketball is like that. That's why you get Mamba mentality and things like that. But
yeah,
you know, but I mean, so when I talk about that mental fortitude and being able to fight through stuff like that, that's where bracket play and tournament runs are birthed, right? If you can't keep your stamina together going from game to game, from round to round, from loss to loss, right? You're gonna fall short a lot of the time. So I want to see Southside. I want to see them come out the gate swinging. I want to see what kind of comp they come with. I believe that they can do this, but we'll see. We'll see what they have left in the tank coming into this next one. Indiana Tech, you're really vested in the collegiate scene. You know a lot of stuff that I don't know. I don't know what these teams have. I haven't worked collegiate rivals in a year and a half. That's not true. I would say probably about a year, because I only did it for like the first couple months the game came out. So I don't know who's on what team. I don't know what schools are doing what. I love the knowledge you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm out here. I watch a lot of rivals. I watch almost every Ignite match that happens. I watch a lot of collegiate. I cast some collegiate too. I've casted Indiana Tech before, so, you know, I'm a little familiar with this squad in particular. And yeah, I mean, you know, the thing with rivals is it's such a young game. It's such a young esport, and things move so fast and players shift. And, you know, we have roster mania happening like every other week, it feels like. Yes. So it is hard to keep up. And, you know, where we're at right now in the game's, you know, competitive hierarchy, it's going to look completely different in a month, 2 months, 6 months. It's going to look so different. But yeah, I mean, at least as of right now, Indiana Tech is definitely a threat on the collegiate circuit as well. And, I feel like throughout this whole night, you don't want to look at it as like, they're losing to Indiana Tech because they're not as strong of a team. I think it's more of a testament to how strong and experienced these Indiana Tech players are. And, a couple of their players also come from competitive Overwatch, so they may have had even more time, on the sticks, like learning and mastering their craft. So it really is a great learning opportunity for these teams to kind of give them, what does that next level look like? And, kind of inspire them a little bit to keep up in their game. But, I will say on the first point there on Hell's Heaven, I did feel like Southside was kind of in it. They had first capture. They got to about 60-70% capture progress. So, I mean, there's definitely something there. They do have some good team play as well. I noticed the synergy is there, and it's kind of coming through. So, I don't feel like this is a decided game for sure. I think we're going back to Convoy next map, but I think that things could look a little different on map 2.
I believe it. Well, so one of the things that happened is in that first round, they had the proper comp. We had two things. The portal play kind of gave them a way to set it off, right? And then the second layer was their comp was just more dominant. They had Indiana Tech had an Angela. The Iron Fist was targeting the Angela. There was a couple other plays that were going on in there. But when we talked about in the early parts of the production, you have to be ready to swap mid-game. Indiana Tech swapped. Southside did not. They waited until after the first round, tried to swap the second round. At that point, their swaps weren't proper. Didn't try to swap again after being dominated in the doorway, right? So you have to swap mid-game when you see one team fight gets lost. Maybe 2 to 3 changes need to happen on your team to get something rolling. And we didn't see that. So we'll see what they bring to the table coming into this one. They do ban the Doctor Strange, and I am not mad at it. Look, man, I think that character is just absurd, and I have banned him from season 1 all the way to now. People always ask me when I'm playing ranked, why are you banning Doctor Strange? Because look what he does. I don't care what his team ups are. Him alone, he is ridiculous. Get him out of my face. A good Doctor Strange is one of the most demoralizing things to deal with in this game. So I like that they banned that. They're going to ban the other most powerful tank in the game. Beautiful stuff. And they're going to save Magneto as Indiana Tech goes for the save on Rocket. I like what we're getting from both teams.
Yeah, and Doctor Strange being a generally accepted ban, especially an early ban like this, is kind of a new thing in the competitive scene, because I'm with you. I think the recontest potential is a serious threat. You see so many times where if a team didn't have access to Doctor Strange, they would not have made it back to the objective. They would not have had an opportunity to win some maps. And now I think teams are coming around to that idea of like, okay, not only is it the recontest, but he's just a good Vanguard straight up. I mean, he can put out some damage. The shield is hard to get around. So, you see teams now starting to this emergent first ban Doctor Strange is kind of new, and it does feel a little strange, but, it's come in handy a lot of times, and Indiana Tech definitely took full advantage of the portal. So Southside, very smartly, you were talking about making adjustments, and already from frame 1 here, Southside trying to make some adjustments and swap around the bans. So Indiana Tech, interestingly, going for the Wolverine ban. Didn't see Wolverine from Southside just yet, but Wolverine, a threat, not a bad idea to ban him out. They also banned the Storm, so maybe we could be looking at a bit of a spawn hold comp here. Storm is great, Siege Breaker can get through those triple Vanguard, triple support, but Southside I think sees that coming because they're going to save Moon Knight for themselves too, so kind of similar role, those two DPSs. So I like the bans in this phase. I feel like these teams are really communicating through these bans. They know what each other are trying to do, and they're trying to get that first leg up. It's really interesting to watch.
Definitely. I love what we're seeing here. Storm, my favorite DPS. I wish I saw her get more play and higher elos. It's surprising to me that you get Iron Man's more, you get every flyer in the game more than you get Storm, right? And I think she's very, very strong. So I understand the ban from Indiana Tech. You don't have to see it to believe it, right? And then you got the Wolverine ban. That's another, right? I talked about Doctor Strange being one of my permas. I'm a avid believer that Wolverine does not get to play in any game that I play in, because if you go look at my stuff, I think I might have probably a 2% win rate against that character.
I feel you. I'm the same. I mean, I play support a lot, so I get Wolverine grabbed all the time. I understand.
I'm a Vanguard main, dude. The game is over. The game is over. I can't play anymore. You know what I mean? So yeah, I wholeheartily believe in that. We do have the Iron Man and Ultron on Indiana Tech over here. Gonna opt for a Spider-Man to go with the Venom. So they have a nice dive combo, good flying combo with Cap gonna be on the floor. Are they going solo? No. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at I wasn't looking at Ultron as a support because he does lay down so much damage. They're doing double support. So it's still going to be kind of light on the heals. Actually, both teams, but we have triple heals on the side of Southside as they're going to have Cloak and Dagger. The dive just put them in peril as they're going to be down two of their supports. Jeff is the only one left. And we're seeing Thor trying to run for his keister as that push from Indiana Tech is, I mean, immaculate to get this thing started.
Yeah, it's a very risky comp from Indiana Tech. It's a lot of damage and not a lot of healing output. You know, Ultron does okay, Jeff does okay, but they're really here because they can do some damage too. It does pay off for them here. Spider-Man going down, that Southside finding at least a couple of KOs in this fight, but Indiana Tech battling strong out the gate here, already halfway to that first checkpoint. But Southside battling back a little bit here. They're finding KOs left and right. Shorapur in the air though, battle of supremacy for the skies, and Ultron versus Iron Man. And this time Iron Man finds the dub here. But yeah, Indiana Tech taking advantage of that Ultron Iron Man team up. I don't see this as much. You don't see a ton of Iron Man play at the really, really top levels, you know. So I'm interested to see how that team up works out for him. Rage of Ultron coming out from Indiana Tech, though. One of the fastest ult charges in the game, but shot down. XLR on the Moon Knight takes him out the sky with the help of Khonshu there on his shoulder. Now Southside getting a little bit of momentum rolling, but is it too late here?
Man, I think it might be, brother. I mean, your Vanguards are alone. You kind of had a little bit of Jeff help coming in at the final moments, but Angela was already toast. Thor didn't get a smidge of healing, and that first checkpoint is going to be snatched. And I don't know if that's ever happened to you when you're playing this game and you feel helpless, and they're back here in the second checkpoint area fighting you off. When the cart's just back there moving along. It's only happened to me once ever on this map, and it is actually the most demoralizing feeling ever. Like, why are you back here? Why can't we move forwards? I don't understand. You know, it's rough stuff. Holding it together though, Southside still fighting back, but man, the pressure, the immense pressure from the comp, the Indiana Tech. I mean, I brought it up earlier. They brought the double dive. Well, actually, it's triple dive because you look at Cap. They brought triple dive and two flyers to the table. You know how hard that is to contain? You cannot really get your footing together, your bearings. Everyone kind of at that point has to just be on the lookout to save each other and get picks as duos and play together. And it's way harder said than done if you haven't seen this strat brought to the table. And it's not something that you see a lot of.
No, very, very much committed to the dive, you know, looking like season 1 or 2 out here when dive was so much more prevalent than it is now, but finding several, looks like a 3K maybe from Snyder on the Jeff. Man, big plays for them there over on Indiana Tech. That's basically going to be a full reset for Southside and should be a checkpoint number 2 here for Indiana Tech. Building that time bank, going to be almost 5 minutes on the clock here as they are ready to storm the castle. And again, you know, it is a very risky comp from Indiana, but once they get things rolling, they can just keep going like they are now, like a bullet train is this payload through this map here. And you know, Southside has been showing us a little bit of bright spots here and there. They're battling back, they're finding some KOs here, but they're just not able to string it together like Indiana Tech is. And that's what a lot of these convoy maps come down to. You're always on the move, always looking to string those team fight wins together to put together the whole map.
You know, one of the big things about a comp like this is it just leaves you stagnant. Even when you're trying to regroup, whoever comes out of that spawn first, they're already there. You're gonna get pressed. So you can't, it's kind of hard to wait on your team without just sitting in spawn and giving them free ground constantly, right? So they do get an overtake here. Southside still keeping it together, holding it strong. They have a choke finally. Ultron getting pressured here from a sneaky Venom play, but he's gonna have to back out as we see Southside coming alive for a moment here. Still got 2 of their supports up as the timer for Cloak and Dagger to come back is ticking. Spider-Man in the back lines, swinging, webbing, putting down big time damage. He's about to go up here and catch Cloak and Dagger lacking. Oh no.
Yeah, Southside's got some interesting swaps. They've gone for a very, very tanky change here. They've got 3 Vanguards now, Thing, Thor, and Hulk as well. So just trying to keep the team alive to start, building a little bit of momentum, get their heels dug in on this defense here. But so far, Indiana Tech has had a lot of questions for them, and Southside has not found the answers yet. Shorapur on the Moon Knight, all picking up a 2K there for himself as well. And then overhead, Jonga reset once again. The Rage of Ultron coming down on the Southside here, and they are just up and down like an assembly line here. XLR will find one in the midst of that chaos, though. Man, just absolute, it's very, very aggressive. Again, like I pointed out earlier from Indiana Tech, I mean, they are on the move here. P. Dougie swapping over to the Iron Fist and putting down the ult right away, and that's all she wrote for that Indiana Tech offense with 241 in the bank after the first half.
That was absurdity, brother. That, what me and my friends call that whenever the point doesn't stop moving is that bad boy's in sport mode, man. They had it in sport mode. It was trucking along like a new Bugatti, and it made it to its point, parked and safe, not a scratch on it. Southside gonna have to come at these guys really strong. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I see that they're hunkering down a little bit more on the defensive end on Indiana Tech. They went full-fledged fly at you and put down straight DPS on the attacking end, and now on defense they still have a couple dives. They're going triple Vanguard, but 2 of them are the offsetters, the divers, and then they have a DPS style with 2 of their supports. They're gonna have the Atom and the Luna able to put down some damage. So coming out, Southside, I'm sure they don't know exactly what they're up against. They're probably looking for more of the same, and their comp kind of tells that story. They have a Psylocke for them to dive. They have the Cloak and Dagger. They have the Jeff, and they have the good old boy, Mr. Fantastic, that we've been talking about. But what I'm looking for here that'll make this game play out different for them is if XLR Toast, if he can really get something going with this Hawkeye, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, I think a big saving grace here at Southside on that Moon Knight save. So Indiana Tech's running kind of a modern classic of a comp here, for Convoy at least. They're going to look to just shut Southside down and keep them in this spawn room here. So the Moon Knight save can come in handy because Moon Knight is a great counter for 3 Vanguard, 3 support. He can clear the path. It's kind of what Storm does too. She's very, very good at getting through this very lockdown heavy composition that Indiana Tech is running with here. And you can see, kind of coming in clutch, doing what it's supposed to do, just keeping Southside from even getting onto the point here. You can see Kamari there on the Mr. Fantastic, the Maker actually, there on the payload, looking to make something happen here, some kind of progress, but just not enough of the team is up quite yet to make it happen. Indiana Tech backing off just a little bit, some pressure coming out from Southside, but unfortunately the Psylocke going down, that is gonna be trouble here. It's 1 minute down here, no progress yet from Southside. It is a brutal team comp to try and get through, especially because Jonga back on that Adam Warlock. So even if you manage to take out several of those Vanguards and strategists, they are going to be right back up and right in your face.
I'm going to be honest. This is something that you don't get a lot, but sometimes you got to think deep. I would not be mad if they went 4 DPS, quad DPS, and two supports to try to fight through this, because they're going to need burst damage. There's no way they get out of this without getting at least a 2 to 3 picks and then start walking forwards. And I don't think what they have is going to do enough damage in the interim to get them for us. They're going up against triple support. Luna's dancing and romancing on them. Oh wow, Luna does fall. Was that a head tap from Hawkeye? I didn't see who actually picked that up, but that's what I'm saying. You need the characters that are going to be able to really put down damage to help them walk out of this. Magneto actually about to fall if he keeps staying up here in the front line. Ultimate is down. He'll never miss. And he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, and there it is, the Hawkeye. I told you that was the saving grace from this comp. They needed him to make a big play.
Yeah, and beautiful timing on it too. Dronga still doesn't have a Karmic Revival backup yet, so able to just clean house and get back onto this payload. But again, just not a lot of progress here. 10 meters or so with a minute and 30 left to go here. Trading back and forth. The Adam Warlock ult coming in here, getting them back up. Heaven falling from P-Dougie there as well on the Angela ult, looking to take advantage of some of the environmental hazards here and throw some of these guys off the cliff, but does not need it if you just put out enough damage. Digi Missile goes down on the Jeff. Back to the spawn room yet again. We are down to just almost a minute left to go, and just about 25 meters or so progressed so far for Southside offense. So it is a tough team comp to overcome, and you are seeing it in action here.
Seeing it in action, and one of the things we're also seeing in action, and we talked about earlier, I've been saying it the whole broadcast, mid-game swaps, not in between round swaps, mid-game swaps. We keep going with the same comp, and it has not been working. Thor's not working. Mr. Fantastic, I don't quite think he's working. We're seeing Psylocke. It's not working. We gotta get some swaps here. And right now, trying to make a play there was Jeff, but didn't quite get him into the spawn to get the pickup that he wanted. He did get them a little bit of movement forwards, but now all the players are behind them. There goes the Luna. That's a huge play right there. As I say, it's not working. They are starting to get a little bit of traction, and as I say that, it all falls down. Indiana Tech, the unstoppable force.
Yeah, just absolutely brutal here. 10 seconds left on the clock. 3 ults for Indiana Tech, 0 ults currently for Southside. So Indiana's going to have that ult economy advantage. Last fight territory. They do at least proc the overtime, though, so they got a few seconds to make something happen. But big plays from Snyder over on the side of Indiana Tech. 3K, triple KO from the Jeff. Jungle will pick up one. P-Dougie will finish it off. Ace for Indiana Tech, and that is game, set, and match. 2 maps to none.
Sweet baby Rays. That was the sauce right there. My goodness. Indiana Tech. You didn't have to do them like that. I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of mean. I hope that they're all having some good fellowship over there, and they go over and bid Southside some good words of wisdom, because that was rough, and I'd be very upset if I was the Southside members. But what you do when this happens to you, you just go back. You know, we're dropping some good tidbits to go talk to Indiana Tech. They're the ones that put this comp against you. Ask them, how do I stop that? What do we do? Go back and watch the footage. You'll see things that could have been done different. You can hear things that we're saying they could have done different, and then they can add some new strategies to it. So obviously this is, you take a hard loss today, but you take this information and it helps you become better as a squad. As long as you're willing to learn, this type of stuff helps you as a competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a big takeaway, like you were talking about through a lot of that match, Zip, is the mid-game swaps. It's different from a lot of other esports in that you can swap your hero at any time in Marvel Rivals when you go back to the spawn room. And, it can take some time to get used to, you come into a game and it's like, okay, I'm going to play this hero this game. But sometimes it doesn't work out. You have to swap off. So staying versatile is really important. And don't forget your bans and saves, especially. Southside saved that Moon Knight for themselves, but never ended up really bringing it out here. And I think that he may have turned the tides. You never know what the game could look like in the hypotheticals, but at least he can help you kind of clear out a path or make some room to get on that payload and get things moving and stay in the fight. So it's just about learning about that versatility, learning the flow of the game, and understanding okay, this is a great time for me to swap over to this because this reason, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the domination match, I don't think they really had much say in that one, right? Like that was, I mean, that game mode says what it says, right? A lot of times you see teams get smacked out, and that's not because you're not a good team. It's just, it's such a quick game mode. It's hard to make the swift decision to swap off because you don't have that much time, right? And so that one I'm not upset at them for. The Convoy, they had ample time to make a new play. Like you said, Moon Knight, if he comes out of that side door and you see all the supports, they're all huddled together. You just throw Ankh down, put mad damage down. They have to pay attention to you. That allows your team to make a little bit more leeway. You're back there putting down massive pressure. Fly up to the top. Put some more pressure down from above. There's not really a character on the team that can even get to you, right? Just a play like that, something small. I mean, even if they went triple DPS, I said quad. I really wholeheartedly believe in that. Just to get out of that first part, right? If they went triple DPS and just one tank, maybe just a a Thing, right? Instead of Thor. Put Thing on the front line, and then you go triple DPS. You're putting down massive damage. You can chunk, you can focus, and you can really get somebody out of there. Maybe they went that route. Maybe that would have been a good look. But like I said, go back and watch the tapes, guys. You'll see what's cracking. But everybody out there watching, we are going to be going to a break before we get to our next match. I thank everybody for being here with us. I've been Zipmaster Flex. This is Diatonic, and we'll see you guys in our next game.
Hello, rivals, and welcome back to the Indiana Esports Network, and welcome back to some high school Marvel Rivals taking place at FortLAN in Fort Wayne, Indiana. My name is Diatonic, and I am here with the wonderful and amazing Zipmaster Flex. We are 2 rounds in now, round number 3, the last round of the round robins, and the last opportunity for these high school teams to play against Indiana Tech. How are we feeling now, Zip?
I'm feeling good, man. We watched the first 2 schools. It was kind of completely opposite sides of the spectrum watching both teams play, right? And I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying we saw one team tightly contest Indiana Tech, and then we watched another one kind of show that Indiana Tech is really about that life, right? And I kind of want to see what do we get in this last one? Do we finally get the one team that beats them, or do we get more of the first, or do we get more of the second? That's kind of what I'm looking at. What are we about to get out of this, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's got to fall on one end or the other, or maybe somewhere in between. But I would like to see a 3-mapper here in the round robin stage before we move on to the bracket to close out the night. And now, once again, defending the home territory, Snyder is up next against Indiana Tech, also from Fort Wayne. So again, that pressure is on, right? Got to win on the home turf on the broadcast. So
yep.
I am interested to see how this last team plays up against Indiana. Now there's been some opportunities. There's probably some word floating out around there about what Indiana Tech is going to run, and I'm very curious to see how this last team handles a team like Indiana Tech.
We're gonna see, and everyone's favorite moment, the band stages. It kind of tells a story. We find out what they're going for, what do they not want to deal with, it kind of tells you what they're gonna play, right? So we'll see what they bring to the table this time. I liked the last team, Southside, getting rid of Doctor Strange, but they also had already let Doctor Strange terrorize them real quick, right? So let's see what kind of early picks we get, early bans, and Emma every single time for Indiana Tech. Man. They're not going. Actually, wait, no, Snyder's on the red side this time, so Indiana's
yes,
blue.
yep,
got it. And Indiana Tech went for Mantis. Interesting.
Yeah, and I have to imagine that's something they've seen in some of their own games as well, But they are going to save the Thor here, so they are going to. Oh wait, no, I think you're right. Indiana Tech is on the red side. Yeah, because Jonga, Kerbo, Snyder, they're all on the red. So Indiana Tech is on the red side again. But so they're sticking to the Emma Frost band right out the gate. No surprise there. I like the Mantis band too. I think it makes sense. She's got that damage boost. It can be kind of nasty, but I mean, it is interesting, though. It looks like we're going to start out on some Convoy this time, too. So we're going to Morocco for the first time on broadcast. One of the newer maps, it's been out there. It's circulated a while, but now, a lot of tight corridors, too. It's very much like the Convoy version of Hell's Heaven in a lot of ways. So, I expect to see some similar stuff. You might see a little bit of Black Panther here and there, something that can jump out and grab you. So maybe, I don't know, like Wolverine, too, something like that.
Question for you. On Indiana Tech's side, where's Dougie at?
Ooh, did they? Yeah, they may have had a swap or something, or he's not back from dinner. I don't know. Maybe he didn't make it back yet.
Not back from dinner. That definitely could be the case. Getting rid of the Angela over here, which is funny because they were playing a lot of Angela. But hey, don't want to deal with it. We're gonna see Snyder doesn't want to deal with a Psylocke. Huh? Prevalent character. I mean, I can get it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, always, and again, like we talked about earlier, multi-map series, you get an opportunity to adjust, but that first map is always kind of the comfort stuff. I feel like Psylocke is a pretty decent go-to if you're looking to take a duelist out of the equation. And on Morocco, I feel like she has some use for sure. She's got a little bit of dash there, and, getting caught in a hallway with a dance of the butterflies is never a particularly good look. So not a bad choice. Indiana Tech finishing off their saves with a Luna Snow save. They did not take the first save. I don't see anything in spectator chat saying that they've chosen a save, so maybe they're just gonna bypass that one. But Snyder also gonna save that Winter Soldier, so maybe gonna see some Kraken impact here. Last band's coming in, Hella from Indiana Tech, and it's Jeff from Snyder. So they've seen a lot of Jeff tonight, and they do not want to deal with it.
Definitely are tired of it, right? And I get it, man. In domination, he literally can decide the game. It's not a lot of big counters to him coming through and eating the whole team off the point in overtime. You know what I mean? So it makes sense, right? You want to make sure that they don't get that type of dominating play off. So I like it. Let's see here.
Yeah.
So we also went with the Hella being banned on the other side. All right. So wait, hold on. Are we not starting with domination?
I don't think so. Maybe I think they're rotating through a pool, so I think we're back, or we're on to Convoy first now. But yeah, definitely a little bit of a change up from those first couple rounds. I think everybody was playing the same maps at the same time. So now this is the first time teams are starting off the series on Convoy. So definitely a bit of a change up. Have not gotten to see any convergence action tonight. So maybe this will be the first series that goes all the way and gets us there. Or maybe it's second up tonight or in this series. But yeah, I think overall not a bad ban phase for either side. They got some good stuff in there, saved themselves and banned out as well. It is going to be Snyder on defense here first, and Indiana Tech on the attack. So Snyder going to be looking to get a little bit of a lockdown going here. They are going to run a pretty standard 2-2-2 comp from Indiana Tech side. Snyder is on the oh my gosh, the Black Widow. I don't know how I forgot her name, but Black Widow plays as well here. But they're going to go for a pretty straightforward comp too. It's going to be balanced across the board here. So maybe a little bit of back and forth here on this this opening salvo, but it's going to be Indiana Tech that finds the first few KOs there. Shoreport opening up on the Moon Knight with a double KO already. And man, these Convoy maps, it is a long way back from spawn. So that's going to be a reset for Snyder Varsity there.
Goodness gracious. That was a swift takeover, team fight by Indiana Tech. So, all right, pushing up. I do love the Moon Knight pick here, man. This character is actually super powerful. I don't know why he's not constantly picked. He's good in every single mode. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see any reason to not play him.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him a lot more recently in competitive matches than I have for the last couple seasons, so it's nice to see Mark Spector getting some play here. But man, the Magneto Jonga going in already. KO onto the Winter Soldier there on the side of Snyder, so threat level dropping here. 2:30 on the clock, and Indiana Tech threatening this first checkpoint already. Snyder not giving it up so easily, though. They are still on that point and still contesting with just 4 meters, so not a lot of ground to stand on here. But if they can clear the way and get a couple of KOs going, they might be able to start pushing that payload back. Overhead, though, Meteor M onto the Luna, taking out one of the strategists for the side of Snyder. Heels in trouble here, so the team drops like flies there. Just not enough sustain to survive, and Indiana Tech is going to build 3 ults on the tail end of this fight and get that first checkpoint.
You know, you got to feel some type of way when Black Widow of all characters is cooking you up, man. You know, they're really pushing them down, and they're making a statement. Indiana Tech, they're putting this character on the board. You got Thor in a 1v with Moon Knight, had to back out of there, didn't have his supports with them, and it was just a little too aggressive. Now back on the choke, we have them trying to hold it down. Snyder is all together, but playing the high ground is Indiana Tech, and it's going to make it really, really hard for them to get around.
Yeah, I mean, this uphill here, yeah, can be kind of deadly for offense. So Indiana Tech trying to play it aggressive, trying to get up in there, blank a little bit, take away that high ground like you were saying, and just get an easy push up the ramp for their payload here. Moon Knight all coming down, just doesn't really find anybody there, and Indiana Tech gonna suffer here a little bit. 2 KOs coming out from Snyder. They're gonna trade though, so it's a 1-for-2. But Indiana Tech, you know, just a couple of minutes. I mean, I blinked in there. Ult economy went from 5 to 1. Snyder, meanwhile, still holding on to 4 ultimates right now, and I do see a swap onto Groot. I kind of like that here. Thor overhead though, dropping down, a double KO, a triple now, make that 3 for the Thor on the side of Snyder. Now they are finding some serious picks here.
Definitely finding some good picks. I like it. And, you know, I'm not too mad about the group pickup either, right? I always find that he's a last-ditch effort type of Vanguard. He's not like the mainstay he used to be. But whenever you get him out there, if they don't find a quick answer for him, if he does work against the comp at hand, he needs counterplay quick, right? And I don't think they don't really have anybody big time that stops him from getting his game plan off. So I like what they're doing there with that pick.
Yeah, it's going to at least probably force Indiana Tech to swap here. Though a double kill there for Jonga on the Moon Knight, and they are dropping like flies here. Indiana Tech back in control, and at the right time, too. They finish off checkpoint number 2. That's a time refresh back up to 4 minutes on the clock as we get into the final stretch here of the first half of Morocco. But man, it's been pretty tight offense from Indiana Tech. Though I will say, Snyder has had some bright spots. They've won a couple fights in here and picked up plenty of KOs for themselves. They do have an alt economy advantage as well, but man, if you get picked off with an alt, especially a Fate of Both Worlds there for the Luna Snowdrop, and man, not what you want to see going into this fight. And now it's going to be full commitment from Indiana Tech here. They take down the Groot as well. Wubline on that Cloak and Dagger, the last strategist standing, trying to get away from Kermos. Doctor Strange run down with the melee attack, but still managing to walk away. 4 ults built up now for Snyder. Indiana Tech not that far behind. 3 with a Cloak and Dagger ult waiting in the wings.
The Cloak and Dagger ult going to have to be what they use to get on that point and really shut them down for a little bit, but they're going to go for the Luna ult. Got forced out by the Eye of Agamotto, and now pushing back against them a little bit, but my goodness, still 3 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a hard push here. Both support ults are ripped, but Luna's dancing for Indiana Tech also, holding them on the point. Did not win that exchange after 2-1 on the support ults. And Doctor Strange putting in pain alongside Jonga. They are just walking them down and shredding the Thor pick. I mean, he's not really doing what he needs to do at this time. Not his fault. They're not allowing him to get his game plan off.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, kind of an uphill battle there for Thor in this matchup. 2:20 on the clock now, and Snyder looking to battle back here once again, get some defense rolling here. They do manage to find a Cloak and Dagger on the side of Indiana Tech, so good pick there to open things up for Snyder. But yeah, they're just trying to find a foothold. You know, I think they noticed the Luna Snow ult, they activated just a little bit too early, had to back off. They held on to some ults, and now they're letting it fly. Thunderbird overhead, Galactic Legend in play now, looking for some big damage onto Indiana Tech, but can't find it. Jonga goes to the Meteor and big whiff there too, but the Thor on the side of Snyder will find a KO in the midst of the chaos. Now shifting here again, alt economy favoring Indiana Tech. They let the Fate of Both Worlds go. No ults for Snyder now. It is all Indiana Tech's game to win here. They do take down the Phoenix, but it's a 1-for-1 break-in even here, and it looks like Snyder, if they can withstand this assault, they might have a few ults for one last fight.
I did like that they tried to go back behind the Moon Knight ult instead of playing in front of the point, and they tried to, you know, get something going there. But it was too much separation, 3 in the front and 2 on the backside, as 1 did fall, and it just led to a quick wipe for Indiana Tech to get that over with. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, so they did find some stoppage here and there. Not any real big chokeholds, but they did last a while in a lot of the team battles, right? So they were able to sit on the point and not allow it to move a good amount of times, and kept contesting. I do say Thunderbird on the Star-Lord is getting countered hard by Jonga with the Magneto. Every time he popped legendary, you would just see Jonga, even though Jonga's not getting anybody with the dunk, he just sits there and he holds his ult, and he's making Thunderbird not shoot the rest of his ult. Timer goes down, he maybe gets 1 pick, if that. I think the first time he did it, he got no picks. Second time he did it, he got 1 after Magneto had to go ahead and throw the orb. But, you know, regardless, it's just not, it's not working out. The counterplay is there. This is one of those moments whenever I talk about we need to see a switch. I do like that we got played over here, but looking at what we're getting from the swaps, where's the answer to Moon Knight? We haven't gotten an answer from Moon Knight yet.
Eric. You've come
and this point about the Star-Lord, you're absolutely right. I see a lot of Galactic Legend activations be kind of a coin flip. Sometimes people use it to try to engage, but I don't know how great of an engagement tactic it is. You know, a lot of times it ends up being a little bit of a wash. They put some damage down here or there. I see the same thing out of things like Punisher ults too. Final Judgment can really be kind of a dud sometimes when you activate it. So it's just about kind of thinking more about when to activate that ult. When is the right time? When do I have follow-up for my team? And, you know, there's some bright spots here for Snyder. They are winning some engagements. They're getting some value out of ult activations, but the overall big picture is where Indiana Tech is winning. They take a couple losses here and there, but it's really about losing the battle and winning the war.
Yeah, I agree. Because one of the things that for Star-Lord to pop his ult and make Magneto pop his at that time, he is now giving his supports free reign to do their ults, right? He's taking away the counter. So that's a good look, but at the same time, he doesn't have to go tit for tat with you. So you got to just be wary of when that Magneto wants to go for his play. You know what I mean? All right, so going at it again, they are holding them very strong here at the front gates. We've seen this happen to one of the other schools, and I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do. What's going to be the counter picks to get themselves out of here? Because if we're going to watch that I don't think Group's doing a great the Luna ult as we're trying to get onto this point and get some movement on. The Rocket ult's down, try to sustain, and the Moon has haunted, but there goes the Cloak and Dagger ult down, okay, right? So you have a chance to move forwards, and there's no counter here as Legendary is on the board, forcing them backwards. They have finally got the payload to move up a bit.
Yeah, a lot of thanks to that, the Rocket Raccoon swap by Snyder, grabbing the CYA, throwing that down, the damage boost enough to kind of punch a hole through that Indiana Tech defensive line. And now finally on the move here a little bit is Snyder here, moving up. Again, yeah, that Blade getting in there and getting quick with it there. 1 KO for Blade, a double KO for the Thor as well, winning the fight here, Snyder, and able to get some space and some breathing room to move this point up. 2 minutes still on the clock, still plenty of opportunity for them to keep pushing, but Indiana Tech gonna come back with a vengeance here. It's a one ult game on both sides right now. Kerbo on the Doctor Strange, probably gonna have an Eye of Agamotto before too long, so look for a pick here. If Indiana Tech finds the pick on the Snyder, I detect maybe a Meteor M and maybe an Eye of Agamotto wombo here.
All right, hold on. We had a backline play there from I can't see his name, TSRTN, on the Thor. He went back there and made something happen. This is they're making a stand here on the point, almost at this checkpoint. Still has 1:20 on the clock. But man, Doctor Strange putting in pain. Man, the double tank push, Cloak and Dagger in peril. Chased down, he can't find her. Nice sneaky play to get away. But we are watching the team start to crumble a little bit. Both supports did end up falling. Rocket fell first. They did get the Cloak and Dagger. And now out here by their lonesome, Blade and Groot not going to be able to get too much going. If Moon Knight catches them, they will be smoked. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and Indiana Tech winning that fight without the Eye of Agamotto, and Kerbo picking up another final hit there for themselves. And yeah, 2 ults that they're still holding on to here, though. Gonna be a bit of a challenge here. CYA coming down from Snyder to start this fight. There is a Tangling Prison there on their side as well, and a Galactic Legend overhead that comes out right now, but that forces out the Fate of Both Worlds dance floor on the floor here, spawns a whole flurry of ults from Snyder. They are battling hard here to try and stay in this fight. Less than 1 meter to go, and they find a pick onto the Phoenix. They find the Luna Snow, and that's the answer that they needed here to break through. Not quite in control of the payload yet, but plenty of threats on the side of Indiana Tech, down and out here. Luna Snow back up, but not going to be able to get there in time. I don't know if their Strange Portal is online here, but a reversal from Indiana Tech. They find a couple picks here. Grover on the Groot going solo and falls finally back to the spawn room here. Back and forth as we go into overtime. There is a Strange Portal in play, so Indiana Tech, the troops, back through the time stream there to get onto that payload and finish them off. OT ticking away as most of Snyder is back in the spawn room here. The Rocket Raccoon tries to save it, but just can't. And that is map number 1. Araco belongs to Indiana Tech.
Absolutely insane hold from Indiana Tech. There's no way, if you showed me whenever the initial, whenever Star-Lord popped his ult, right? If you showed me that part with the ult being popped, all the support ults going off, you showed me that, and then you told me, hey, close your eyes for 10 seconds, and then open them and see what's happening on the board. There's no way you would have been able to tell me that Indiana Tech could cap that. There's no way. You couldn't have explained that to me. I thought that Snyder had that for sure, but you saw Moon Knight, he haunted, and then Cloak and Dagger popped that nice ult and put the Us Against the World all over the point, and was able to hold just long enough for MXS Kerbo to get back with the portal and get them back on that point. I mean, the hold was immaculate. That's insane. They were right there on the cusp. I needed what, like point something meters, kilometers to get there? Crazy.
Yeah, they at one point were under 1 meter, and I'm with you. If you paused right there and said Indiana Tech gets a reversal at the last second, they get the Strange Portal in, they all flow back into the fight, I would not have believed you. No way I would have thought that was how it was going to go. I mean, huge props to Snyder. They put up a fight on that last point, absolutely trying to do everything that they could. And, you see, they had the ult economy advantage, but just activating the ults and letting them all fly is not enough. You got to get value out of them. You have to make something happen with it. So, even if you activate 3, 4 at a time, this game has so much sustain in it that those are not enough alone to break through. So I think that's what we're seeing there on that very, very tight last second reversal from Indiana Tech.
it was properly done staggering, right? Like the cloak and dagger was one of the first ones to get killed, right? So then when the rest of the team was getting wiped out, Moon Knight's off and doing his own business, putting down some damage from around the corner. Cloak is now making it back in after the team fight is lost, right? She pops the ult to sit there and get jiggy with Moon Knight and hold down the point, and that gave just enough time. And like we were talking about earlier, if there was no Doctor Strange, there's no way that even that play works. They wouldn't have been able to get back to the point. Portal play on top of the cloak and dagger ult seals the deal. Beautiful coordination, beautiful accidental staggering. You know what I mean? Like Cloak coming back at that point is everything. And unfortunate for them, they weren't able to maybe make a play around the corner and catch her before she got to the point to pop the ult or anything like that. The force up that's something that Indiana Tech does. Once they're winning that team fight, dude, they're going to the doorways where you need to come from, and they're going to hold you. They didn't do that, and then Cloak gets onto the point for the free ski and pops that ult, man. It's rough. It's rough out there.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And I mean, you're 100% right. We talked about it earlier about the Doctor Strange ban, and you can see right there, if Indiana Tech did not have that Strange portal, very, very likely we'd be seeing at least one checkpoint from Snyder and another 2:30 on the clock. So who knows where the match goes from there. But I mean, that kind of goes to show you why teams are more comfortable banning Doctor Strange now more than ever, and why, people are still surprised by it. It's still kind of getting out there that, hey, Doctor Strange is worthy of a ban for sure. Yes. But, ultimately, it's that portal that gets them back in the fight there at the last minute. It feels like Indiana Tech, very, very strong team when they have the momentum, right? When they're challenged, when a wrench gets in the works, sometimes they slow down. It takes some time to recover, but we've seen them on full momentum a lot throughout this whole night.
Oh, for sure. Talking about timers, we gave a good breakdown of that match that we just watched, right? But talking about timers. So this is what my take was, and I want to hear if you agree with me. I've said this to a lot of people, actually. I think that getting 2 minutes and 30 seconds, if you got to the point, got to the checkpoint, the first checkpoint, with time on the clock, right? If you got overtime forced on you and you skidded by with the checkpoint, I don't think you should get the full 2:30. I think you should get a minute and 30. You didn't earn it. You fought. You had to fight very hard. The other team should be rewarded for forcing you into overtime. That's what my take is on that 2 minutes and 30 seconds. What do you think?
I think that's fair. I mean, I could definitely see it, being a little demoralizing. It's like, well, they were in overtime with a sliver of OT left, and then they got on the point. Now they have 2:30 again. I definitely can see that. I feel like a lot of convoy maps get a little more defense heavy as they progress. Like it starts out, it's kind of all offense. Like they kind of come out the gate, they swing and they get some fast points, but it's that back half that usually is where defense comes in. They're able to whittle that time down. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see some frustration coming from, I held them the whole 4 minutes. They had this overtime. They had this crazy overtime push. We just could not finish them off. Now they hit this checkpoint. Now I got to fight them for another 2:30 at least. So yeah, I can definitely see that.
It's like there's no reward for all that 4 minute effort you put in. That's my only thing. And I do understand why you get 2:30 initially, because it's hard to get through the second checkpoint. The second checkpoint is normally a longer stretch. The third checkpoint is generally more chokes. It's probably like 2 to 3 more chokes than you would have in the other ones, right? But so the second one is normally just one good bend and then a long shot. That's how most of these maps work. So I get why you get the 2:30, but if you got forced, if you couldn't get that check in 4 minutes, brother, I'm sorry, you only get a minute and 30 seconds. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Interesting. I wonder if they would ever do like a variable time where, depending on how much you've got on the clock, you get a different amount from the refresh. I mean, I would change things a lot. It would definitely make Convoy a lot more intense. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it would force like different plays to not allow overtime to kick off. People would make bigger plays or stuff like that. I don't know. Like you can see more frivolous ults, if you will, kind of like in that game one that we watched, where we kind of had different thoughts on Indiana Tech going and burning their whole arsenal of ults early with a minute left, but I was explaining the tactic. They were trying to just wait it out, things like that, right? You would see different tactics come into play if you get different rewards for situations, right? With that being said, talking about rewards, have rewarded themselves on the Indiana Tech's team by saving the Doctor Strange and getting rid of Emma, a character that could have nullified him a little bit. What's funny to me is I'm not seeing any team. Why is nobody picking Thing to try to punch through that shield and put pressure on Doctor Strange on the front line? And then you also give yourself a little bit of you can make some plays for the back line too and force Doctor Strange to make decisions. I think Thing's a good pick as long as his heals can keep him up.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, is how confident are you? How much do you trust your strategist to keep you up when you get in there and start throwing haymakers? And maybe we don't trust each other enough yet here. It's a lot of movement on the vanguards, though, this ban phase. We've got 2 of them banned out, 2 of them saved, more than most other roles. Indiana Tech saving that Hella for themselves here, so they're going back to some Hella plays here. Phoenix is banned, so a lot of times when Phoenix goes down, we do see teams go for the Hella, so they're going to make sure they can lock that one in. And then Snyder also going to save Cloak and Dagger, so they want some eternal bond on their team going into this one. It is going to be domination this time. Burn into T'Challa, map number 2, and potentially the last opportunity for one of our teams here on broadcast to give Indiana Tech a little bit of a black eye there, take a map for themselves. But they're going to end with a Black Widow ban. That's interesting. I don't know how many times I've ever seen Black Widow pop up in the draft phase.
Right? As a ban is crazy, but Indiana Tech was hitting shots, doing big work with that Black Widow. I think it was, Snyder was the one, not the school Snyder, but Snyder the player. He was hitting some vicious shots, putting on big pressure. So I understand you go for a target there, but there's a lot more stuff to be worried about, I promise.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I don't know if I agree with it or not. We'll have to see if that helps him out. That does leave the Jeff open for Snyder, the player. Yeah, that's not confusing. But it does leave the Jeff open. So going back to that, he's had some plays on Jeff throughout this whole tournament. So no big surprise there. And oh man, great. We got some memes on broadcast too. You love it. Rivals meme game unmatched for sure.
That is literally the best meme in the game. Like just the fact that has lived on so long since that movie dropped. Toby, I wonder if he's ever turned this game on and done that himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to wonder.
I would have to. I don't like, even if I wasn't a gamer and I was just the guy in that movie and I found out, one of my friends tell me that they put that in there, I'm going to do it. I have to. I'm turning the game on. I'm doing the emote. I'm buying it.
Yeah. 100%. So map number 2 here, Burnin' T'Challa for some domination action. This time changing it up a little bit here. So Convoy out the way for this series. Already though, first blood for the Namor twist on the side of Indiana Tech, taking down the Hella over on Snyder. So big opening pick here for Indiana Tech. Once again, Kerbo pretty low on the Doctor Strange, but they will find yet another one, a double KO for Jeff here. So they take away the Black Widow and give him the Jeff, and already picking up some kills here in map number 2. And that is most of Snyder going to be walking it back from the spawn room here. And Indiana Tech first take on point number 1 here. So already off to a characteristically aggressive start for this team.
Well, this is how they play domination, man. I feel like they put a lot of practice into this. They know how they want to get it done, move as a unit, walk them down, and then go and take that choke over, man. This Thor is like, he's making a good play right there, the good pick onto Snyder from Snyder's own Thor. He's taking a lot of damage here, the brunt of it on the front line. He needs to get a little bit of support here. He is forcing back the Doctor Strange shield at minimal health, and his team should be able to go up and get into the point. Oh no! The invisible wall up from Invisible Woman in Indiana Tech, holding strong and steadfast.
Yeah, and I didn't even realize it until just now, but I saw it activate. Indiana Tech using the new team up between Hella and Namor, so some big extra damage for, I believe it's for Namor in that team up, but yeah, big damage output, big potential coming out from Indiana Tech this time. They've got 2 ultimates. Snyder's got 1, but it is a Meteor M, so opportunity for a big play here as Indiana Tech lets the ults rip. Meteor M comes down, does take down the Hella, and they'll also find a couple more there. The Hella ult from Indiana Tech picks up 1 KO there, and the Luna Snow on the side of Snyder will find 1, but it is a 1 for 3 or 4, I believe, so not enough value for Snyder to flip this one. 85% captured for Indiana Tech, and they are on the move once again. going to be a little difficult to hold here. Snyder is going to have an ult advantage here. They're going to have that Fate of Both Worlds. They've got some aggressive ults here. So this is an opportunity for them to maybe flip this thing at the last second.
Yeah, they've got they need to get that Hella ult going. Hella Unleashed here in a little bit is going to come in. The Luna ult is popped. There it is. They're going to burn the Thor ult. Now they're using a lot to try to take this. Eye of Agamotto going to stall time. Not enough damage being laid down while the Luna ult's on deck. Off the side, and Thor has died. Unfortunate play here. Magneto, Dunkage, it doesn't do what it needed to do. Hella is gonna live. He needed to do something, but now his ult is not on deck anymore. The only thing you have left is Hella, but she's not gonna be able to make it in time. She has some resistance from the more of Indiana Tech, and it's gonna be Indiana Tech going up one round, showing that they are dominant in domination.
Yeah, last minute reversal there from Indiana Tech in that very last fight that they put on. And both teams kind of empty the vaults there. All the alts used up. No alts online. There would be a couple pretty quick here though. But yeah, unfortunately, when you throw that mini, especially on point number 1, now you don't have much of an answer for this opening fight here on point number 2. And Indiana Tech, they are going to have an invisible boundary up pretty soon. So man, it's going to be big for Indiana Tech here starting things off.
1,000 to 1,000. Because obviously you try to fight without burning the ult, but what you're gonna see is, oh my goodness, they just gave up the only ult they had. That was gonna the Hella ult for Snyder. That was gonna be their way to force the Indiana Tech Invisible Woman ult. But I mean, obviously they can't see it, so they don't know that she has 98%. You know what I mean? But man, if you try that, you force it early with the Hella ult, and then he has to burn that. Now we're on even playing field. That's how I would have looked at that.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to wonder about the team dynamics behind the scenes at this level. Tier 1 pros are going to have an in-game leader that's doing the call-outs. They're going to have an alt tracker. But, it's a difficult job, and you don't know how experienced these teams are. So hard to say whether they're tracking alts or not. You're 100% right. And, man, opening salvo here from Indiana Tech. They are looking to make this one an early night at the office here. 3-4 KOs picked up by the collegiate team here, and they are already on this point. They've been there since it unlocked. And, yeah, the swap over to Mr. Fantastic. We've seen him every series on broadcast tonight, but back to the spawn room for him too. Full reset there for Snyder, and that is a first cap on point number 2 for Indiana Tech.
And no ult spent. We have the Hella ult and the Invisible Woman ult still on deck for whenever they do try to make their approach. No ults yet for Snyder as they're getting close to the Thunderbird with his Mr. Fantastic ult, and the Cloak and Dagger is getting really, really close. She builds it super fast, right? We already know that. But still not thinking to burn the Invisible Woman ult because they are just in full control, not allowing them to get through this front doorway, keeping the supports back. Oh my goodness, Magneto! The hyper-aggressive ult play. Ooh. He did not need to do that, but that's how you assert dominance, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, follows it up, takes out the Cloak and Dagger, and yeah, this is just not a position you want to be in, especially on Dom. You are not in control of the point, you're staggered out, and the enemy team has 5 ults staring you down with 50% captured. So it is a mountain here for Snyder to climb. Of course, in Rivals, you have to finish off your opponents. They're going to have to clear the board and finish off this capture point, Indiana Tech is. So still always an opportunity for a comeback, but man, it is a tall order for any team to really overcome this. Here comes the Invisible Woman ult and the Jeff ult as well. Sustained for the team while Snyder tries to buy them some time. Does manage to pick up Snyder's Invisible Woman, and 2 KOs by the rest of the team. They are doing cleanup while Snyder runs them off the ledge there. Meteor M overhead for Snyder, but no KOs out of it. No value here, unfortunately. Full reset, and once Snyder is back up and running here, it is going to be last fight territory for this map and this series.
Well, this is Rapparunsky, dog. There's absolutely no way you get to that point. If they do, I don't know what game I'm watching. You know what I'm saying? Thor's trying to force his way. He only has 2% left. No way. Nothing doing. Indiana Tech. I mean, just a crazy performance there. And going back to that Magneto ult that I said he didn't need to do that, he popped the ult and it forced them to move backwards. That actually got them that final choke. They wanted to just get back into that doorway. They had the top doorway. He did that. It made them run back. and then they were able to play the double doors, the only way for them to get out of spawn. That's why he did that. I didn't even think about it initially, but once they got there, my brain just, oh, now they can't play anymore. Now I got you. That was amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that's kind of the next level, right? We talked about it a lot tonight. This is an opportunity for these high school squads to kind of get a look at the collegiate level, the next step up, and that's where you start to see the differences, right? Sometimes it's not necessarily about getting all the KOs out of an ult or getting an ace out of it. Sometimes it is just about pressure and zoning, and you're 100% right. That's what we saw out of Jonga. Not only got them the choke that they were looking for, but got him the MVP in that last map as well. So series number 3, the last of the round robin in the books, and it is Indiana Tech wins across the board. No maps dropped here in the round robin. So big stuff from them here. And all these high school teams have put up fights against Indiana Tech. They have played out these games, no kind of throwing in the towel here. And it's about that experience, right? This is a team that has some experience playing against some pro players and some really strong collegiate squads. So no matter what, great opportunity for them. And there's still a bracket on the other side of this thing. So that's where we're headed next, at least.
Yeah, we're definitely headed over to this bracket. They say, in our secret chat over here, they say the bracket's live. Is there am I jumping the gun, production? Can we take a look at that?
Maybe not yet. I think let them cook a little bit, I mean, yeah, we'll get there. There's still some more rivals action coming tonight, but it's as a caster, there's somewhat similar from the viewer standpoint too, but as a caster, getting to call these college games, these high school games, this kind of gives you a look at like who's, the next up and comer, or who, where kind of the next incoming Rivals Ignite players are. And, it's always nice to get to see these first steps for some of these players that are learning how to play the game at a competitive level, because then, down the road, you get to say, oh man, I know these guys, I got to see them forever ago, or I know this person. And, that's a big part of the enjoyment for myself, and I'm sure for the viewers too. But hey, there's that bracket we were looking for.
Woo-wee! There it is. All right, round number 1, we're gonna have Speedway Varsity versus Snyder Varsity, and then we're gonna have Indiana Tech going up against Southside, and it's gonna determine who's gonna go into that finals. Best of 3 guys. This is gonna be single elimination, so if you lose this bad boy, sayonara.
Yeah, and now it looks like, at least based on what I'm seeing, we're going to get to see Speedway versus Snyder. So first time on broadcast, we're going to see 2 of the high school teams go head to head here. So no pressure of fighting a collegiate level team. Now they're kind of, on that even playing field, at least in terms of, what tier they're at here. So I am very curious to see how these 2 schools will take each other on, especially I feel like Speedway maybe was one of the strongest showings against Indiana Tech tonight, or one of the stronger showings, I would say.
Speedway for sure. I think it was Speedway.
They were the first one.
That's the first one, right? Yeah, Speedway into Southside and then into Snyder. That's what it was. Yeah, Speedway was definitely the strongest, for sure. Definitely the strongest performance. I had a random question for you. Is Jonga plays pro, right? Does Jonga play for org?
I'm not sure, unless I'm just like drawing a blank, but I just know him from Indiana Tech. I could be wrong. There are a lot of pros, a lot of the pro players are around that college age, so a lot of them are playing on collegiate teams, especially now that, Ignite's kind of wrapping up for the year and they're looking for something to do in the off season. So it could very well be, and I'm just not remembering right now for some weird reason.
Yeah, I just looked. I'm going to see if this is the same person. Maybe they're just replicating the name. But yeah, literally, if you just type in Jonga, Marvel Rivals, it says Jonga is a professional esports player named, I'm not going to say the name out loud in case they don't want that being said. But who is an incoming member of Indiana Tech esports team for the upcoming Marvel Rivals season. As a competitive player, they also play for, what's the team? I guess they're not saying the org. Where's the org? But yeah, anyway, this is who I was thinking of.
I was looking too, actually. Maybe I'm just missing it. Just pulling up Liquipedia. I don't see him on Liquipedia at least, so it may be like a smaller tier. They do have some tier 2 and tier 3 teams on Liquipedia, on the Rivals Liquipedia. Not a ton, but it may be a smaller org or a lower tier team. But yeah, I mean, very, very, very likely. You know, a lot of these guys play on several squads and in lots of different tournaments. So yeah, very high likelihood you've seen him around, especially considering how strong of a player he is.
Where I think I saw Jonga, what's that tournament circuit? Jonga, if you're in the I'm not in the stream chat, but if you're in there, just tell me. I know you can tell me. If I'm not mistaken, where I think I saw Jonga was the Valhalla. What is it?
Oh, Vanguardian League?
Yeah. So I did like their first season of that, and I am pretty sure that one of the teams Jonga played for. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I was I'm looking at their, because I didn't really see any of the season 1, so I don't really know who all. I don't see him at least in the top 8 that's listed here. But yeah, I mean, it's very likely, you know. You kind of forget that sometimes watching some of these pros play the game that they are like, you know, in college or some of them in high school, even, you know. Yeah, long careers ahead of them, especially for some that are, you know, there's a lot of Rivals pros coming from professional Overwatch. That's a pretty common one, but a lot of these guys are pretty new, kind of just starting their esports career. So they've got a long future ahead of them. And yeah, I mean, especially the high school teams we're seeing tonight, you know, plenty of time for them to, you know, up their game and kind of stay in it for sure.
Definitely. All right. We're seeing the teams get in here. Snyder fully in the lobby. Speedway fully in the lobby. All right, we're going to find out which 2 of these high school teams get to go into the finals. I'm interested. This is going to be a good battle here, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They're, you know, like we said, kind of around the same tier level. You know, they're both high school teams, so they've got you know, it's not that they couldn't beat Indiana Tech at all. I mean, they've all given them a run for their money to some degree tonight. But now, you know, kind of on that, especially from the mental game perspective of now we're kind of on the same level here. You know, maybe not as intimidating, and you know, I want to see how this plays out. I mean, it would be crazy for the finals to be 2 high school teams as well. That would mean Southside taking out Indiana Tech on the other match that we're not going to see here tonight. But I do think, at least based on what we're seeing in the lobby, we're probably going to go back to Royal Palace. We saw it earlier.
Yes.
You know, it's interesting that they've got Royal Palace because this is not a map that's in the ranked pool, not in the competitive pool. So I wonder how much experience these players have on it. But, you know, like Royal Palace and Shin Shibuya are both kind of off the table, usually in like competitive matches, I think in the MRC as well. So very interesting to see Royal Palace.
Shin Shibuya, I wish they'd bring that back. I actually like that map. Royal Palace, keep it where it's at, please.
Yeah, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Heart of Heaven, the new map, is maybe going to go the way of those 2 as well, since it's a little bizarre too.
It's yeah, man. I don't know. No map in this game is like terribly built. They're not bad, but for just like ranked play, the amount of coordination you need on those type of maps for, you know, guys just teaming up with random people, it's just too hard. It's just too hard.
Yeah.
The Shin Shibuya, I think that map was super fun. To be honest, that might have been my favorite map. And coming back to the game, I left being around. It kind of hurt my soul a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. Well, at least we've got Royal Palace here. You don't get to see this a lot. This night is the first time I've ever called a game on Royal Palace, so that's always fun. And yeah. I mean, it's just new. Most tournaments just do not go for it. So, so into bracket now. Speedway and Snyder taking each other on. Still best of 3, but a single elim bracket. So no margin for error here. It is all about one and done series here. So picks and bans underway for map number 1. Snyder bans the Doctor Strange outright, so seeing a little bit more of that. And Speedway banning out Hella as well. First saves are both in. It's going to be Winter Soldier for Speedway and Thor for Snyder. So man, a lot of Thor in this tournament tonight. You'll love to see it.
It's wild, man. He's everywhere. But I mean, that's how it is too in ranked play, dude. He's on every team, dude, and he is putting in massive work the terror of a character. If you don't contain him, if you don't make it a priority to stop him, he will steamroll you. That's just what the character does. He puts pressure on the back line. He puts pressure on your DPSs if he catches them by himself, and he can fight the tanks in the front line. Like he can do anything he wants. He just has to know where the heal packs are, and he has to have the right support from his team. Black Panther Band and Venom Band. The Black Panther Band, a man after my own heart. I love it. Get that character out of here. Venom. That's my dog. I mean, I love Venom, but I understand that too. You gotta, make sure that there's not anybody diving that back line, putting on pressure the whole game, sustaining the way that Venom does.
Yeah, for sure. And the Star-Lord save coming through for Snyder now, so maybe going to see a couple of Galactic Legends here and there. But overall, I feel like this draft phase in particular doesn't really telegraph what comps they want to go for. And I mean, that happens a lot in map number ones. You don't really get to see exactly what they're thinking to do. A lot of times it's just go for the stuff that's good. Man, no hesitation on that Emma band to close things out. Wow.
Pick your hero.
It's funny that she made it that far through the draft, to be honest.
True.
I can't believe that she made it that far. But yeah, finally gonna get rid of her on that final piece. And we also are missing Big Bruce. He doesn't have this team up anymore, but I guess the character's still good alone. He's a very good tank, so I understand it. But as a band, though, that's what makes it weird to me. As a band, I feel like you just kind of deal with what Hulk brings to the table now that he doesn't have the team up.
Yeah, missing the gamma charge, the radioactive squids are gone. I do. And again, Royal Palace is a little bit of a mystery to me. You do see on some maps like Midtown, which is just like one big bowling alley the whole time, a lot of teams will go for the atomic fastball, the Hulk Wolverine, and just throw that Canadian down the lane. But not so much here in Royal Palace. So interesting picks for sure. But a lot of pretty similar choices on both sides of the board here. Jeff survives the ban phase, so of course both teams are going to play Jeff. Welcome to season 4.5. That's where we're at now. But Speedway is going to go back to the tried and true, the Animal Crossing support line there. Rocket and Jeff working together here, so they're going to be putting out some damage for sure. Snyder, again, another pretty standard comp, 2-2-2. Teams are going for the balance for sure. Jeff and Cloak and Dagger seems to be a particularly favorable combination for this tournament in particular. But already off and running, man, Thor putting in work in this tournament. TSR on the side of Snyder finds the first blood and pops that BRB beacon really early there. That gives them the opening for the Star-Lord to take down the Psylocke, and it is Snyder here in the driver's seat. They'll get first cap.
Snyder really came out swinging. A lot of pressure here, making it hard to play on the side of Speedway. My goodness. The Thor opening play to get that pick, when he caught the Cloak and I think it was Cloak and Dagger that he caught to start the game off. It was a huge play, and that set them up for the combos we saw afterwards. We got the Star-Lord pick afterwards, and now they forced them back, and the pressure ensues, man. At this point, if they can't do anything with this Thor, they're in danger, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid opener for Snyder. They got things going, but now Speedway kind of, riding the ship here, battling back a little bit, kind of grouping up as a team here, but they've still got some distance to clear before they're really able to contest this point. And the Thor is seriously a threat, but you got to watch out for Jeff, too, as he takes down Just Demonic on that Magneto. And there goes Reaper Black back to the spawn room as well. Snyder, again, in control of this thing. 4 ultimates, and they have the point still just past 50% here. So very, very aggressive opening from Snyder. Again, felt like Speedway was kind of the big competitor to Indiana Tech, or at least of the 3, maybe the most. But right now, Snyder in full control here. They've got the point, they've got the ult advantage, they're finding those picks left and right. So man, big start for them.
Big start, and the Thor ult, actually I have 4 ults ready to rock. Cloak and Dagger ult from Speedway is halfway there. We do have the Rocket, though. Let's see if he can put down his little machinery and help his team get on that point. It's going to be hard to do. Magic trying to make a play in the back line. But, okay, hold on. There it is. I like that. Psylocke getting a little something going, but taken out immediately afterwards. Star-Lord dancing on the point. His team does have the Rocket ult down. A little bit of extra sustain. Thor drops down. Doesn't get anything from the side of Snyder. And look at this. They finally get their first cap of the game.
Yeah, cashed in quite a bit of resources there. Very dangerous dance of the butterflies from Red Wing, but popped the BRB beacon that gave them the sustain, kept them on that point, and yeah, they're in control now. It is going to be a tough hold. They've got a long way to go to catch up here. Snyder stopped at 93%. 3 ults for them. One of them coming down now, though. It's Jeff, and unfortunately does not find anything out of that. Taken down. Speedway kind of locked in here. Wub Lion is throwing down that Eternal Bond, trying to get some sustain going to get back in control of this matcher. Galactic Legend from Thunderbird this time comes in clutch. It's a 2K, and on the ground, Magneto will finish off one more of Speedway. That puts Snyder back in control, 96% and climbing with nobody from Speedway on the point. No overtime, and that is point number 1 for Snyder.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, they got overtaken, and like you said, it was just too many resources used by Speedway to try to get that done, and then we went Jeff for Jeff. The second Jeff, Speedway's Jeff, didn't really get what he needed off the ult. He had 2 people with him and 2 big players on the other team, but Thunderbird was able to snipe him out in his own, an ult of his own from Snyder, and go ahead and close it out. Nice stuff. I like it. Both teams fought pretty strong, but the aggression, the two players working together, Thunderbird and the Thor from Snyder, those two really set the tone and showed what they were in for in the opening of that game.
Yeah, they both put up numbers on that first point for sure. Yeah, man, I can't believe it. It's a very aggressive comp and an aggressive playstyle, something we didn't see from them in that last match. So that grants them point number 1 here. Speedway going to have a bit of an ult advantage, just 1. It's going to be an Eternal Bond, but so for the most part, it's going to be kind of a neutral fight here. There'll be some sustain from Speedway if they need, but most of the players right now on the board are going to be building those ult charges here. So this point, definitely tricky on Royal Palace. You know, it's one with a gigantic pillar in the middle out of nowhere, so gonna be interesting for things like rotation and positioning. You know, gonna be a lot different, but it's gonna be first blood from Red Wing on the side of Speedway. The Magneto taking down the Moon Knight to open things up. TSR on the side of Snyder looking low on that Thor, making a clean getaway for now, but a couple swaps coming out from Speedway. Pickleman back on the Moon Knight. We saw him on that before. Just Demonic picking up a KO on the Blade here. The Daywalker arrives and comes in heavy with a double KO there, and looking for even more here as his teammates dropping around him, but finding some big KOs for himself there. And Speedway gonna be in control of this one from the start. They grab first cap. They've got 2 ultimates to Snyder's 1, and with that Moon Knight walking it back from the spawn room, it is gonna be a tough retake. But where is Speedway? Snyder's getting a bunch of capture progress. Speedway pushed up so far, a bit overextended, though they're able to come back and reclaim their point.
Yeah, he at least alleviated the pressure on his team, right? So he allowed that allows Snyder to get their bearings and move forward, because everyone had to turn around and try to do something about TSR. So that was a good play. I like it, even though he doesn't get the cap. Dunkage, the Dunkaroony, Red Wing with a beautiful play there, trying to get this Bucky, and he's doing a great job of it. But man, okay, we're gonna see Just Demonic. He's gonna fall. His team is being forced back, man. This is just rough stuff.
Yeah, pushed back, but not retaken yet by Snyder as Speedway passes that 50% mark, and they've got 4 ultimates here, so I don't know where Snyder is at, though. Most of Speedway seems like they're off the point. Reaper Black throwing down the Jeff ult, looking for somebody to get here. No environmental hazards on this map, so no big, oh wait, no, I spoke too soon. Apparently there's a pit on Royal Palace, and Reaper Black finds it, takes most of Snyder down the pit, and that's going to be Speedway winning this one as well. No TSR on that Thor, absolutely deadly in all situations, it seems. Still finds a KO for himself there, but not going to be enough to flip this one yet, and I dare say we might be going to a point 3 here.
I think we might, man. They're making it almost impossible for him to get back. But also, by the way, there's on the point itself, there's 2 pits. So there's the pits in the hallways, and there's 2 pits on the point. Once the map does like little rotations. So yeah, you can get dunkulated over here, man. But all right, so hold on. We did get a nice contest. We got to the point. Snyder trying to make something happen as they get overtime started. But Bucky is getting loose, and here it is. Jeff, there's the pit. He gets hit with the Maggle. Red Wing said nothing doing here. Maggle for Maggle. Tries to go for one for himself with his name hidden over there, trying to go for his. ended up getting clipped. Thor still on the point with his team, trying to make something happen. Star-Lord in the skies. Legendary, the heaven above. Big damage. He chased them all off the point, but none of his teammates could make it to the point to secure the overtime elongation. And there it is, Speedway making their way into a final round here of game number 1. Unfortunate though unfortunate for Snyder, they had to burn that Star-Lord ult. If anyone would have been on the point, TSR probably just got lost in the sauce a little bit because he helped try to chase while the ult was going on. If he would have stayed on the point, they would have still been in the game. But now he's ult down. Nobody above 20% on the side of Snyder. That's rough. That's rough to start this off.
Yeah, they went into that last team fight fully stacked, 6 ults, and they used all of them and could not flip the point their way. Speedway just out-sustained everything. And yeah, unfortunately, that Galactic Legend just, he went after both strategists for Speedway, and they started healing each other, and it was just more than enough sustain to keep him alive that long. So we got a map on our hands here. Point number 3 for these two teams. Coming in with just 1 ult. Just Demonic is going to have the Blade ult, so expect him to cut in pretty soon here as things get underway. There's also a Jeff ult for Speedway waiting in the wings, but yeah, as far as Snyder is concerned, it is full reset for them. Might as well be the start of the map here. So look for Speedway to get aggressive here out the gate.
All right, we're underway. They're definitely being aggressive. They're down there on the point, up here getting pressed for the 2 healers, but he still, he used 1,000 cuts already. We didn't quite get to see that, but that did set a tone as he's putting big pressure on those tanks. The Tank Slayer. I thought he was supposed to be a Vampire Slayer, but obviously he has now changed professions into a Tank Slayer, as Speedway is going to be the first one to get that.
Yeah, Just Demonic still got an edge indeed there. Got at least a 2K off of that, off the Blade ult, and helped build the Jeff and the Bucky ults too. So they are going to stay aggressive here after that first cap, and already up to 15%. So big opportunity if they can win another fight here to keep chaining this thing together and stay on the move. Reaper throws down the Jeff ult, looking for somebody to grab here. Does find the Magneto, takes him out, does confirm it. So that is 1 Vanguard for Snyder off the table for this fight here. For now, 32% of the way captured for Speedway, and still on the move here. Speedway, I've noticed they really like to capture the point and then just push up insanely aggressive. They're pretty much off of the point most of the time they have control of it.
That's high level play, man. That's how you do it. That's what Indiana was doing to everybody. That's how I think domination is supposed to be played. You don't take the point and stand on it. That's where you see a lot of leads falter in ranked play. In pro play, you take that point and then you push up and take all the chokes away so they have no way to get to the point. I love it. It's very, very well done. The Dunkaroonie doesn't quite work out. Undefeatable, as we have the Mantis popping the ult from Snyder, walking the team to the point, and that is how you force somebody's hand and get your team back into the game.
Yeah, moving as a unit, great for Snyder here, looking good. Now they're on the attack here. A big sleep from that Mantis too. Red Grover finding the shift onto Speedway there to get a little bit more pressure, and that is enough for them to flip the point here, stopping Speedway at 77%. And again, point number 3, so it is a tight battle here. 5 ultimates for Speedway, so big offensive opportunity for them. 3 for Snyder. They do have an Eternal Bond at least, and Eternal Bond from Speedway is going to come down now. First here, Riley on the side of Speedway, and the Jeff ult in the background. Where do you go to get away from all this chaos? But you put the Cloak and Dagger to sleep is what you do. Jeff tries to spit him, but he jumps right back onto the stage. No confirm there. Does not need it though. Speedway in control in this team fight here. They find 2 KOs, and Kraken Impact comes online for Pickleman on the side of Speedway. They're still holding on to that CYA from Rocket 2. They're gonna get this flip here. That puts them back in control about 80% of the way, and they still hold on to a hybrid ult there. A little bit of offense and some sustain. So big plays from Speedway. They're able to win that fight and hold on to a key ultimate.
Jeff made a smart play, right? You would think, most Jeff players would think, I know it's Star-Lord, I just got to dive off and take this kill with me, right? But instead, he went for the dunk. He said if he doesn't react, he's going to go, but I know he can make it back. And he went back and healed his team. He stayed alive and kept adding sustain, and that helped Speedway tremendously to take that point. Now we're in overtime here. Big Thor opening the door, trying to make sure that they can get that cap, and they do. Snyder with the rest of his squad. We do have the Mantis ult as it's popped, and they are sitting on that bad boy with 50%, trying to make their way to a tied match. Try to close this one out against Speedway, but Speedway has a huge opportunity here as they come in with the rocket ult, about to have the mag ult, and chaos will ensue in just a moment.
Yeah, and very critically for Snyder, they have no support ults ready. So whatever damage Speedway is going to put down, all they have are standard heals here. CYA goes down and Meteor M goes up there, but countered, blocked by something there. So big whiff on that Meteor M there. No damage there. Snyder still in control of the point. The Winter Soldier goes down. The Cloak and Dagger goes down. Snyder falling one by one here. If Speedway can flip this, they will secure the map here. Gonna be an overtime, but there's almost nobody left for Snyder there. TSR on that Thor, the last one standing, everyone else walking it back from spawn here. Maybe he's gonna attempt to get one more touch, but no luck there. And map number 1, hotly contested, goes to Speedway.
That was insanity. Unfortunate. Snyder's TSR, he had the right idea, the back out and then try to go in for a last touch and reset the overtime, but he went a little too far. As soon as I saw him go behind that big statue back there and try to make a play like that, he just was too far to make it back with the little bit of time that was left. And I've seen a lot of people misgauge that, right? You know what's not misgauged? This windscreen. That thing, whenever they sat down and they made that, they were in their bag, brother. I love that windscreen. And you know that Speedway loves it too, as Red Wing really put on for the squad. He is almost the highest damage in the game with 15 final hits in that domination set. He went crazy in that final game.
Yeah, and that's the power of Magneto, right? High health pool, plenty of shields to go around for himself and his entire team, and his damage output is insane. That's why Magneto is such a hotly valued pick for a lot of these competitive teams. I mean, it's difficult, right? A lot of his damage output comes from that right click. You build up the rings on his back over time, and then you let him go. But if you can't land that skill shot, then you kind of lose a lot of the value that he brings. But man,
definitely
very impressive stuff from both teams there. A crazy back and forth, really. And man, we're ready for it. We waste no time here. Ignite that time stream once again. It's time. Yggdrasil path for some convoy. Map number 2 here. It is still best of 3 in the bracket. So Speedway on match point. Snyder going to be clawing their way back into contention on this one.
All right, Snyder really put up a good fight in that first one. But Yggdrasil path is a different story. This is going to be played out different. Speedway is actually the team that we saw have to deal with Indiana Tech on this map, if I'm not mistaken, and they did a very good job almost getting that first point. Had a couple big plays, a lot of big moments. Indiana really had to get in their bag to take Speedway down in that match, but Snyder, just showed they can handle what Speedway's throwing at them. It's just the final moments when it comes to ult usages and comboing. I think Speedway started to get it together a little bit better than Snyder at the end of that first one. Now we have the blade ban on the side of Snyder, which I understand, because if you're not answering him as a squad and you're having a hard time dealing with him, just get him out of there, because that's a very strong character. I don't think that a lot of people give him the respect that he is owed. I think he's a very, very good character. He puts pressure on your back line, and he can fight any DPS head up. He's a good hybrid. Because I like him as a pseudo Vanguard. He has Vanguard-ish capabilities while being a pretty solid damaging character.
Yeah, I mean, they're really making this draft phase personal on both sides. Snyder bans out the Blade for just Demonic. Speedway bans out the Thor for TSR. Speedway is banning out the Star-Lord for Thunderbird. I mean, they know what each other's trying to play, and they say, okay, what can you do if we take that away from you now? Snyder does also ban the Doctor Strange, pretty standard stuff at this point, especially on Yggdrasil path. You don't want defense to be able to recontest that quickly, especially on that first checkpoint. It is such a long way from the spawn room, so no surprise that Strange is going to get banned. But Mantis will make it through the draft phase this time. Snyder going to save her, and then Speedway is going to hold on to that Winter Soldier for Pickle Man. So they will get a couple of their comfort picks in here. Magneto, Red Wing going to pick him right back up here. So, I like the bans from Snyder. I think they are going after some of the keys for Speedway success. Sperno on the Rocket Raccoon has been great. I speak from that personally. I play a ton of Rocket Raccoon. So a big game changer. I think that I like what Snyder's doing. They picked the three, I would say, a couple of the biggest game changers that Speedway had on their team and took them out of the equation.
I think this Speedway did the same. They took Star-Lord and Thor. Every single round that we've watched Snyder play, TSR has been on Thor. And if I'm looking right now, he kind of just jumped from, he sat there on Thor for a second, he switched to Penny, he switched to Venom. I don't think he knows what he wants to do, to be honest. I think he's going to have to show that he's comfortable on this Venom. It does play sort of the same role that Thor's going to play, but he's got to really be mechanically sound with this character and have his combos together for it to pay dividends. Over here, Just Demonic said, you know what? You're going to take away my blade? Well, watch this other DLC right here. And he is on your favorite guy, the blind man. Just Demonic, really on demon time. I like it.
Yeah, very fitting that a guy named Just Demonic picks the devil to go into this match, and we're all about to be a little uncomfy here, right? TSR, he's on Venom, he's not on that Thor. We've seen Thunderbird's on to the Moon Knight now. Demonic is on to Daredevil. I mean, there's some uncomfortability going around all the way here. But map number 2, Speedway up 1 here. Snyder on the attack first, and Speedway on defense. So man, I don't know. Speedway's playing something a little squishier than I think I would like on defense. They're only going to run one Vanguard here, and Demonic is already back to the spawn room. Man without fear now has one fear, and that is the respawn. So all the way back, and that's halfway to first checkpoint for Snyder here. That's all it really took.
Yeah, it's, Just Demonic getting taken down and the Bucky not really getting the kicks, right? I like that they're doing the triple support. I'm not mad at that at all, right? But your DPSs have to work overtime in a situation like this. That's how this kind of works out when you go for the single Vanguard, because Magneto can't put as much damage out as he wants because he's really going to have to help play a part in sustaining himself. And we watch him fall there in the doorway as that checkpoint was an absolute walk down. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We're on the clock for Snyder.
Yeah, biggest time bank we've seen all night long by far on a convoy map, and man, it's almost uncontested. It's still on the move even now, and Speedway, they haven't really swapped. Just Demonic's going over to the Punisher, but man, the bans from Snyder must have really rattled Speedway's cage here, because it feels like they don't know what to do now. Like you were saying, it's just like, what do we do? We lost a couple of comfort picks we had, and now we're going to this, and it's not working in their favor here. And Snyder, they've got 4 ultimates. They got all these KOs and such a fast push. No surprise here that they're going to be able to eat this Meteor M, and he will pay the price for it. It's a 1-for-1, and it cost Speedway an ultimate to get. There goes Luna Snow back to the spawn room as well. TSR picking up the Venom. Very comfortable on that hero as well. So fate of both worlds off the table here. Triple support. Man, it's a little rough here without something like a Rocket. They got Invis, they have Cloak and Dagger, they have Luna Snow. They got a lot of heals, but they're just getting picked off too early into these fights.
Man, hey, I take back everything I said about TSR. He's baking on this Venom, man. He is actually going insane, going bonkers, if you will. Flipping and dipping into the back line. Didn't quite get to see what he dropped down on, but I know he's trying to put in some terror. All right, as they're walking them down. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Jeez, a Maloo. This is absolutely ridiculous from Snyder right now. No resistance at all. Nice jump back from the Invisible Woman. Get out of that Venom ult. He is going to get a lot of armor there, and he did force everybody out of position. So job well done. But here comes Punisher. But now big damage does catch the group. He's going to keep on trying to go around this corner for the Venom. Venom. Did he get him? Yes, he did end up getting him.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's again, I just gotta say, it just feels like the draft phase really hurt Speedway here. They're slowing things down. They're back in control of this payload here, probably for the first time in this match, but there's still 4:45 on the clock. Now, this last leg of Yggdrasil Path, it is very much defense coded, but man, that's a lot to ask. There goes the Moon Knight ult from Thunderbird, just looking to put the hurt on here and clear the way for Snyder to close this thing out. 4:30 still on the clock. There's a Tangling Vines and a Kraken Impact coming out. It's all coming out here. Snyder is looking to finish this thing off, finds the double kill on the Bucky and keeps things going. That is a reset on that Impact. I think he marked both of those strategists, but finally, Just Demonic takes him down with the shotgun here and restores just a little bit of order.
The lucky shutdown, I'm not gonna lie, from Team Snyder, because if he had the perfect play because he caught Cloak and Dagger lacking outside of the ult, and that set him up for greatness. Unfortunate for him, they did call his thunder. But here it is, right back at him. The Kraken has been unleashed. Groot is about to get taken down, punched up, shut down. And he's still moving and grooving. Mantis, I'm sorry. We'll see you next lifetime. And we have another one when they try to come out of there. And we're seeing Speedway starting to heat up here, as you said. Defense coded, and they are defense minded right now.
Yeah, and hugely on the back of Pickleman there. Man, Penta KO off of that Kraken Impact. Exactly the kind of value you need out of Winter Soldier, especially in this situation. Feast of the Abyss coming out from TSR and finds that Winter Soldier, taking out the equation with 3:15 on the clock here. Looking to also take out the Punisher. Eternal Bond coming out from Speedway now to get some sustain going here, but it's not going to be enough. Cloak and Dagger taken down in the middle of the ult. It's almost a complete ace onto Speedway. 3 minutes on the clock, and Snyder is rushing to the end of Yggdrasil Path.
They got one more chance here to give themselves opportunities for multiple team fights. This is a very, very, very hard position to play from as the defending team. They can get out there on the point with some sustain. Groot making it difficult, but Luna walking the team down to the point, and now they have to have to win this team fight. I like the positioning from Punisher right there, putting down some good damage, but wasn't able to get the pick that he needed, as we have Bucky starting to slam a jammer down onto the opposing team. Mantis still here trying to hold it down for Snyder, as we are getting a good hold from Speedway. Groot putting on some big damage on the front lines. Magneto ate a lot. Red Wing had to get up out of there, as we saw Pickleman being his frontliner, trying to sustain for him. And there's a big pick right there. TSR is going to fall. They're down to Vanguard, and Groot being forced back with his support. This is looking very nice for Speedway.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the momentum is shifting. Speedway has kind of restored order here. Defense locked in. They're in control of the payload here. They've only got one ultimate, but we saw how influential Pickleman was on the Kraken Impact there. Just a sliver of health left for both DPSs on the side of Speedway, as Snyder is looking to battle back here. They have shaved so much time off of Snyder's clock. 1:30 left to go. Judge, jury, and executioner, Just Demonic goes. The final judgment coming down, trying to take down TSR. He'll find that KO. Finds Red Grover as well. 2K at least for the Punisher ult, and they are still holding on to that Kraken Impact. That's probably going to be last fight territory for them if they can hold on to it. But man, I've seen Pickleman's health bar drop down into the single digits a couple times here, so they are really risking it here.
Yeah, they are not allowing him free reign, right? So he's having to play very cautious. I'm sure he's going to be able to get this off. Just Demonic with a big play a minute ago to get them in the game. Now, Venom, he can get something to shake here. The combo, it's good. No, he didn't get the, he got the Invisible Woman. Okay, so he did get one. I thought that he was going to get both. I was looking for the double kill. Punisher's still going to be alive down there. Everyone's getting pushed back on the side of Speedway. We do see the Magneto fall. This could be the moment that they were looking for. Hold on, backline push. He doesn't get the dunk. He missed it on Bucky. He's still going to get the pick, but his ult is gone, and he falls also. That did leave a lot of wiggle room for his squad, as we have the Invisible Woman ult on deck. No ult on the side of Snyder. 20 seconds left on the clock. I think they might have done it, but I don't want to speak too soon. Oh my goodness. Judge, jury, I would like to see that happen soon. No! He needed an Invisible Woman to pop for him to get that rolling, I think. Here we go. Play here. Moonhaunt.
Yeah, I mean, just a sliver late on the Invisible Woman ult, but they may not even need it. We are into overtime here. There's that ult you were looking for. The judge, jury, and executioner one more time out here, stopping a 5-minute and 30-second offensive timer. Maybe here, if they can find a couple more KOs. Speedway spawn just inches away. There's the double kill from Just Demonic, and still somehow manages to stand up. Even after that, forces out the Mantis ult from Snyder here, but Speedway running out of bodies to hold this thing and running out of time here. Under overtime, Snyder completes the push.
That was defense at its finest. You don't get the stop. Unfortunate. I really do think if that Invisible Woman ult was popped, there was no support ult on the side of Snyder. You pop that right there, and Punisher gets to do his thing. He wipes it, you win. Right, but unfortunately, they did not end up getting that coordination down to do that, but they did force them down to 0 seconds on the clock. If Speedway can make a nice clean push here, I mean, you get there with something with the likes of 1 minute and 30, 2 minutes left on the clock. You get something like that, a nice little average push, then you can really set yourself up for a dub in overtime to close this bad boy out.
Yeah, I mean, Speedway basically just prevented a nightmare from happening. There was potential for Snyder to have like 4 minutes in a round 3 if it came to that on this map. So they may not have left the opportunity on the table for Speedway to just win this map right here. They are going to have to play it out in extra rounds, get that tiebreaker. But man, they stopped what could be almost an impossible round 3 win for them here. Dropping the timer all the way down to 0 seconds. I honestly cannot believe it. Beautiful defensive performance from Speedway. And I mean, obviously, we talked a lot about Snyder while they were on that offensive run. Crazy stuff from them. Basically half the map uncontested. So really both of these teams putting on a show here in the bracket up against each other. This is exactly what I was looking for.
You know something huge though, right? It's a point that I keep bringing up. They did mid-game swaps. They said this isn't working. And they got those final swaps and they finally ended up getting to the right comp at the end, which was, just Demonic on this Punisher. Huge thing to help them out, right? That opened up the door for Pickleman a little bit more. They went ahead and took their Jeff off the board, and they did that last round, but they're also doing it again in this one with the triple support. They took the Jeff off. They had to figure out what'll work, and it worked out for them. That was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was like watching a train crash almost happen. That draft phase was rough for Speedway, but they, like you said, they got those, they stayed versatile. They found something that worked for them, and once they locked it in, you could really see the turnaround. And man, they are on a tear here now, taking down most of Snyder out the way here. That may be a checkpoint number 1 for Speedway here. So high value offense from both teams and big time banks here. But the question now for Snyder is going to be, once they get this 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock again, can Snyder's defense overcome that just as Speedway's did on the first half of this map? I mean, it's huge. A 5-minute defense shrunk down to 0 seconds. You don't see that too often. How many times have you ever seen that happen 2 times in a row?
That's true. 2 times in a row that's something you don't normally see. Just Demonic on Demon Time, as we said earlier, chopping down the opposition. Judge, jury, you better get out of the way. That is one of the ults that'll make you scatter if there's no support ult on the ground. Now, what I'm looking at, Snyder kind of needs to figure out what their answer is going to be. They're going to go for a Punisher, right? I see that they did do a swap there. They have really got to figure out what they're going to do on the Vanguard, because Punisher is really making it hard for Groove, right? And then they're not getting enough damage to the back line or even on the front line to make anything stop. They have Luna, Invisible Woman, and Cloak and Dagger. How do you get through such, right? And they're not really making adjustments for said gameplay. Now, I do see the Penny. She could potentially stop the walk down, but I don't know if you're going to get the fix you're looking for. Maximum Pulse on deck. When is he going to let that rip? I know it's going to be in a moment. Here it comes. No, he doesn't go for it? I would have rained that down from above. I'm telling you right now. Everybody was bunched together. That's a dunkaroonie.
Yeah, and especially when you've got such a huge ult advantage. They got 3. They can follow up on the ground, clean up with the final judgment, for whoever's still there, but now we're going to let it go here. Eternal Bond coming down first from Riley on the side of Speedway. They're trying to close this thing out, and they might just do it. Iron Man raining down damage from above there, and Pickle Man still holding on to that maximum pulse, has not needed to use it yet, and Speedway might be back up over 5 minutes again if they are able to finish this thing off here. They've got the ult economy advantage. They are on some absolute tears here. Both of these teams are, but right now it is Speedway in the driver's seat. Back up to 5 minutes here. A very, very similar looking story, just with the roles reversed a little bit, but it may be Speedway here that can push through with a huge advantage, and Pickleman on this Iron Man is absolutely playing out of his mind. Still has not activated the ult, but finds another double KO.
Goodness. Yeah, he's cooking right now. Oh, he's Groot. It doesn't even matter. What a wasted ult. I would hope that he burned that one so he can go mag for mag. I think that's the best choice right now. Groot is not paying dividends on this front line when you have just Demonic doing what he's doing. And now we hold on. Going for the Emma. First off, I couldn't even remember that she made it through the band phase. So I think that this is a good play. Gonna try to get her out there, and they're just gonna go ahead and stick with the Groot. Have 3 ults on deck versus 4 ults on deck. Magneto ult down, does not catch the Mantis. Here it is, big damage coming in. Trying to go fight through the Cloak and Dagger ult, but nothing doing.
Yeah, and a lot of ults cashed in there for Snyder. I think I saw 3 go off and maybe 1 KO onto the Luna, but Pickleman again. Even more KOs on this Iron Man, and Red Wing, the master of magnetism over there, finds himself a double KO too, with still 3:30 on the clock here and inching ever closer. This might be even closer of an ending than the last time when the roles were flipped. I mean, Speedway, 3:30 on the clock, and there's no one there from Snyder. They're going to round 3 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus 1 minute from the game on the clock.
Oh my goodness. So Snyder, this is how this plays out both times, right? In the domination game, opening up, Snyder was going crazy. Wins the first round, prolific, right? You go into the second round of that domination, Speedway cooked up. You go into the third round, and it was a tightly contested one, but Speedway just really, kind of controlled it for the most part. That's what we just got again. Snyder opens it up. Looks really good. Speedway tightens up. I just got to see what they can do here in this overtime, man. Now, look, the thing about overtime in this game is if you just have one of those pushes again where you get on that point and you just do a walk down, put that thing in sport mode. I've seen it and I've done it a million times. You get on that thing, you don't lose a single team fight, and you just keep walking them down. That minute doesn't mean anything, right? They have a lot more leeway with the 4 minutes and 30 because they can play off the point a little bit, but I think it's very doable. But actually, wait, the comp they're going with doesn't do what I'm thinking of. Who's going to stay on the point? You need a shield tank or something like a Fantastic that can stay around that point and still put out damage. Going with Venom and Captain America, I don't know if that's the way, to be honest.
It's a little weird. It makes me feel like maybe they're going to go for some pressure to just kind of zone Speedway out and let Punisher stay close to the payload, keep the strategists nearby. I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing here from TSR, really pushing up, but taken down by the Punisher shotgun. Just Demonic, as you said, demon time this whole time here. 30 seconds left to go for Snyder here. They have made it about halfway towards that first checkpoint, but in extra rounds, there are no time refreshes. So even if they clear this first checkpoint, that 20 seconds is all they have to work with for this entire map. So big ask here from Snyder, and with 4:30 on the clock, staring that down, gonna be tough to hold this thing here, but still in the game here. They're losing 1 or 2, but no major complete wipeouts here from Speedway onto Snyder. Whoa, big freeze from the Luna onto the Captain America here. It does seem like that's what they're doing. They're going for the zone strategy, but man, it really draws them off of the payload.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, you can't do this with the limited time you have. You don't have mainstay defense to keep you on the point, and the story is told right there. They didn't get any ground. I mean, I understand they went with what they're comfortable with, but you got to go with what the situation calls for, and that was not what it called for. 42 meters gained. Now, for 4 minutes and 30 seconds, they need to keep Speedway from getting those 42 meters. Tall order? Impossible? No. Hard? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Speedway is starting this offense with more time than you start this map with. So, I mean, if you can't hold them, they cleared the map. If you can't hold them in 4 minutes, now they're starting with 4:30. Again, no time refreshes, so it plays out a little differently. But, the cards are all in Speedway's hands here. I mean, 42 meters is what they got to clear in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And like you said, not impossible, never impossible in Marvel Rivals, but man, it is going to take an insane hold, and I don't know. I mean, they're going to go for an Angela and a Magneto on defense. I really feel like they just need to beef up and just turtle up on that point.
For sure.
Oh, same here.
I mean, really, you can play super frivolous here. I mean, if I'm them, you could take 2 divers back there and clean up the back line one time. You win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could do something like that. You don't have to. They could just play the strong walk down that they played last time. The triple support's still here. And then the Punisher in the back line doing his thing. Iron Man raining from the heavens above, like you said, right? This can definitely happen. They have the Angela to try to deal with the Magneto. To try to deal with the Iron Man a little bit, but it's still going to be very, very difficult. Moon Knight playing the front a little too close. Did he fall? No, but Angela did.
Yeah, big first blood for Speedway on this round number 4 of Yggdrasil Path here. 4 minutes to go, and Speedway is on the move. They've found a couple picks already here. They just don't have the sustain to stay in this fight here. 3:55 on the clock, and 4 meters left to go for Speedway to close this thing out. Winning this will advance them to the finals here. There's nobody from Snyder on the point, and that is game, set, and match. Speedway wins 2-0.
Amazing. Sensational. Unbelievable. They got walked down and then tightened up on defense for 5 minutes. And then they came back at them with a insane walk down to give themselves 4 minutes and 30 seconds in overtime. And just demonic, just do MVP. 2-0 Speedway varsity.
Yeah, it feels like Snyder just ran out of stamina. I mean, it was a heck of a defensive hold from them too, but man, just nothing left in the tank. And what happens sometimes, I mean, you look at the numbers and you see a couple are close here, but the DPS line of Speedway, 55 elims for Just Demonic and 51 for Pickleman, 30 and 25 finals respectively. I mean, man, those are definitely numbers, and they're definitely very high numbers, very scary numbers to look at in the tail of the tape. But Thunderbird really putting in work for his team. Both matches we saw him on broadcast tonight. The Moon Knight picking up that SVP to round out their night. But this is a single elimination bracket, so Snyder taken down by Speedway and out of the tournament. They will be in the finals against whoever wins between Southside and Indiana Tech. So man. A great performance. I mean, it was a 15-minute map. I think the first map was kind of long too. So they put on a set for sure. But wow, Speedway just coming in absolutely clutch once they kind of pulled it together.
1,000%, 1,000%. That was great stuff. Red Wing sending out invitations. Oh my goodness, that was great, man. That was great. Hey, Speedway really, really, really got in their bag. I love to see what they brought to the table. Okay, so with that being said, we now have, I don't know, well they're checking right now to see, I don't want to just jump the gun, but Southside versus versus Indiana Tech. We're gonna see, we're trying to see which team took that one away, so we can figure out what the finals is going to be, who's going to be facing off against Speedway, and it is going to be Indiana Tech. Not a huge surprise. I wish we did get to see what Southside brought to the table against Indiana Tech, because what we just watched was an absolute banger. But we're going to see what Speedway can bring to the table against Indiana Tech in their rematch for the finals. It should be a good one.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup because, like we talked about, Speedway seemed to be the closest team against Indiana Tech. And now, they had this wild series they just came off of. They're coming in with some momentum. We don't know what Indiana Tech was looking like in that last series, but, considering that Speedway already put up a fight, and they were looking absolutely clean there in that last set. I do feel like we have a match on our hands. Indiana Tech has not dropped a map yet, so the first thing you got to do is take one. I mean, for a while there in the EMEA region in Tier 1, Virtus Pro was a team that kind of amassed this huge win streak, dropping almost no maps to anybody. And then when they finally lost one, it was like the floodgates opened and people started taking full series off of them. So now the question is, if Speedway does manage to grab a map, how does Indiana Tech recover here? Or is it just going to be another Indiana Tech 2-0 and go home early?
It's a good question. It's a good question. We're going to find out here in a little bit as we get into this bad boy. Look, Speedway looked great. I think the story will be told to me if we start in domination. The story is going to be told to me of how this is going to play out in the first round of domination. We saw how Indiana Tech plays domination. If they shut them out, I'm going to be hard-pressed to believe the Speedway can pick it up from there, right? But if we see them battle it out in that first round, the story will be told to me that this is going to be a good set. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. I don't want to count them out, but it's competitive life. You just have to look at it for what it is, and that's what I'm going to look for. The first game, you're going to tell me everything I need to know, and that's going to tell the players a lot too. It's going to tell Indiana Tech if they're in the right bag, if they need to just keep applying that super forceful pressure, or do they need to buckle down and change up their game plan? If Speedway can get them to change up how they're approaching the game and really, show them that they're structured and working as a fine-tuned old machine, if they can do that in the first game, that's going to mean a lot. So they're gonna tell a story to each other. They're gonna tell a story to their own team. They're gonna tell me a story. I want to see what this first round's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this first map, like you said, this first map is really going to be everything. These two teams have played against eeach other already very recently, so they know a little bit about each other, and obviously, plenty of word going around, I'm sure, on LAN, who is playing what, and watch out for this or whatever. And so now it all finally comes down to this, Speedway getting that run back against Indiana Tech here, and it's. What we see in the opener, I think, is really going to tell the story of this match. Indiana Tech has asked these teams a lot of questions, and a lot of them have not found the answers quite yet. I think Speedway is the team that's the closest to figuring it out, especially after what we saw in that last series. There is a lot there. There's a lot in their pocket that they can kind of bring to the table here to close this thing out. So, I do feel, and we talked about this at the very beginning of the night, right? Just because it's a high school team versus a collegiate team does not mean that it's a non-competitive match. These teams can play around the same level. It's all about how you work together. And I think that's a key of what we saw in that last series with Speedway, is that they work together very well. They have each other's backs. Nobody's activating an ultimate and just throwing it into the ether. There's somebody there to help out, to put down some more damage, to keep somebody alive while their ult's going off. And I think that is going to be the key to how you really take the fight to a team like Indiana Tech that is also very good at those chemistry plays.
No, for sure. I think I guess should name the name of this broadcast mid-game swaps. I think they did a good job of that. I think they did a good job of that in the match just now. Speedway did. And as long as they keep that mindset of, hey, this didn't work, I'm not going to see if it works for 3 team fights. If it didn't work, I need to swap. And they're doing a good job of that. So sitting on the Storm. The Storm, my favorite character in the game. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and not a bad map to pull out the Storm on. Map number 1 here for the finals. Indiana Tech taking on Speedway Varsity. It is going to be Hell's Heaven, so some domination to open things up here for the last showdown. The run back potential here for Speedway. Picks and bans underway. Indiana Tech on the red side, Speedway on the blue there, and it is a Luna Snow ban to open things up. Never a bad go-to ban when you want to, start off strong. And Speedway definitely taking advantage of the Luna throughout this whole night, and especially that last series. So now the question becomes, what do you ban first against Indiana Tech? This series is a little different, right? They know a little bit about each other, so they can go for the throat right off the bat here, and I think they are a little bit by first banning the Angela.
Very smart play too. I think that's a big deal. Indiana Tech really shows you what's going on early in games with that Angela. What I saw, what team was that that played them and had Iron Fist as their answer to Angela? Because that was actually the best thing. I think if you're gonna ban her, yeah, I get it, but there's other stuff on their team that you could ban. If you leave her open, just pick something that can contest her in the air, and Iron Fist is definitely one of the best for that in my book. Either way, I mean, that's neither here nor there because they got that out of there, and Nowhere will be Hella as she is the ban in the middle. Cloak and Dagger. Oh my goodness, I know what is happening. We watched Indiana Tech. They just watched them play that game out, and they said these guys did triple support with the best supports in the game. No, and they got rid of 2 of them and said you're gonna have to play us straight up. All right, never mind. I get it. I understand what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea, and it seems like Speedway was at least maybe ready for that. They did save the Rocket and the Invis for themselves, so they do have strategists that they can fall back on. Jeff does make it through the ban phase, so they could potentially do triple strat with that Animal Crossing combo that you see a lot of times. But man, the Emma, again, a very late Emma ban as well, so pretty surprising. But yeah, Indiana Tech, you can tell they are saying in this draft phase, we saw what you're doing. We're going to try to stop it. So at least out the ban phase here, not bad for either team. I think they both got some good stuff out of here. The risk with the Rocket save on the side of Speedway is opening up that Rocket network for Indiana Tech. Of course, they do have a Rocket and Penny players on their side, so they're going to be squaring off with that. I don't know if Speedway is playing it either. So, again, that's just kind of the risk and reward that comes with this standard MRC style of bans. You want to save this hero for yourselves, but the other team likes the team up they have with this other person. So, that is some of the danger that comes with this ban phase.
True, that's true. All right, going into this, we do see. Wait, hold on. What is Indiana Tech doing? What are they cooking up? Are they about to go 4 Vanguard too? You know what's crazy? That's not a bad team, dude.
I was about to say they do have they have this meme here on the right half of their team where they can go into a room, drop a ton of arachno mines, and then put down a strange portal and have Speedway walk through it. It's a little too fast for that setup, but we're going to get aggressive here. Shore Rapport opens up the portal, and that opens up the first blood here for Indiana Tech in this finals matchup. Sperno going back to the spawn room, and the Rocket Beacon, I believe, he threw another one down. So Rocket Beacon back up here. Pickleman looking low, but they are going to get the thing on the side of Indiana Tech here. So trading back and forth. Looks like a stun onto Pickleman, but so far, neutral game, no huge swing one direction or the other.
That's true. They are definitely scrapping it out. I mean, Indiana Tech does have the point, but there hasn't been a lot of casualties in this fight. This has been a very lengthy team fight from both teams. Rocket ult's already down, and adding it to the pressure of Indiana Tech. Jeff gonna get him a little snaggage, trying to take the Thing and Doctor Strange out of here. It's a good look. He spits him over there, but yeah, he's not gonna be able to get a KO, but he does take them out of commission as Punisher. Just demonic. Yes. Gonna get him a nice pickup. He's looking for that Doctor Strange to show himself, but he does not. On point. Gonna try to make a play for the Invisible Woman, but it's very hard to finish that combo on her. Magneto ult, he didn't quite get what he wanted, but he got some nice damage. And we did see team one. We saw Speedway now take the point. Not keeping up the triple Vanguard anymore. I mean, the quadruple Vanguard, as we do see Snyder switch to the Squirrel Girl to add a little bit more damage to the composition.
Yeah, and a lot of flips here, back and forth. Speedway a little bit behind in capture progress, but, one retake so far for each team, though Indiana Tech has the edge off that first take there, and a couple of KOs here as well. The Penny Parker ult dropping the mines everywhere on the point. Way harder to contest when everything's blowing up around you. So nice employment of the Penny ult there. That gets Speedway scrambling for now, and gives Indiana Tech an opportunity to build up their capture here and get some cushion going. Speedway is going to have some ult advantage here. They are going to have that Kraken impact, and Sparendo's got a CYA beacon ready to throw down here. But the Indiana Tech's getting aggressive here again. They are leaving the point behind. They're taking the fight to Speedway's front door, quite literally going for the spawn door here. So this is the question that Indiana Tech has asked. What can you do to break out of the spawn hold? So Speedway has got to find an answer here and find it quick.
Oh, he's taking everybody. He just ate him. Oh, invisible woman. Gonna die in the stomach of Jeff. And oh, hold on. Return Jeff. Ult has 3 of them, and he's gonna go for the full dive. Yes, sir. Great job. Speedway's own. Gonna get themselves on the point. That was a very, very good Jeff for Jeff play. I like it.
Yeah, huge value out of that one. Now back in control. 3 KOs from Reaper Black. I mean, big Jeff plays this whole match. Just Demonic taking down Twist on the Venom as well. Shotgunned down here. Snyder looking pretty low too and still holding on to a Squirrel Stampede here. Meanwhile, Speedway looking alive and well on the point, in control there. We've got a Magneto all ready to go and a Kraken impact potentially online. Goes up for the Meteor M for the dunk. Gets caught on the door a little bit, but finds 1 KO. Takes down the Squirrel Girl. Trading 1 for 1 though, unfortunately. Punisher, just Demonic, goes down on side of Speedway. There's the Kraken impact we were looking for. Big damage coming out from Pickleman there. Triple KO and looking for even more value. Finds the Quadra KO. Over 50% of the way captured. And Speedway is on a roll here, catching up to Indiana Tech right in their rearview mirror.
That was very, very clutch. Coming out from Speedway, lasted through about 3 or 4 different intervals of Indiana Tech trying to reclaim that point. And yeah, as we're gonna see, the storm is coming out and they are in the building. It's gonna be a lot of damage getting laid down here. Hold on, is there a, oh my goodness, that's the team up. That is crazy work. This is gonna be a very rough moment for the Speedway boys. I love the swaps as the game went on. Remember, mid-game swaps, man. Bucky versus Venom here on the point. Doesn't have any supports, and there it is. That's going to be Indiana Tech reclaiming with a beautiful portal play, standing there in the doorway all alone on Speedway's team, knowing he can't make it back. As we get a hard-fought victory for Indiana Tech. Speedway right there on the cusp.
Yeah, maybe closer than they have been all night long. I mean, they came close a couple times in that first series, but that was truly a tug of war there on that point. And yeah, I really like the Storm swap, right? Because Speedway is running this triple strategist, and Omega Hurricane, great way to clear out some strategists, especially when you compare it with Jeff for the Jeff NATO. So very high potential that happening as Kerbo's on 99% ult charge, and Healer has the Jeff ult ready to go here. So it is going to be kind of a scramble for this first point, because Speedway knows what's about to hit them too. So grab your rain boots, check the weather forecast, because very cloudy with a chance of Jeff on the opening fight for this point number 2.
So with that being said, I'm looking so since the newest season patch came out, or the mid-break patch came out, I didn't look at everything. Some stuff I know they took out, like the more team up. So she kept Jeff NATO?
Yeah, as far as I know, Jeff NATO is still in the game.
My goodness. Of all things to take out of the game, I think it's wild to leave that. But hey.
And they're going to go ahead and let it fly here.
Yeah.
Jeff NATO inbound, finding 3 KOs there onto Speedway. They take down 4 members. Very aggressive opening fight. Exactly what you expect to see when you have 4 or 5 ultimates there. But again, the Jeff from Speedway fighting back, or trying to anyway. No, excuse me. Yeah, Reaper does find 1 KO in the middle of all that mess. Jonga's got a BRB beacon though. So Indiana Tech, their res is offline for now, but they will take the first cap on the back of a very successful Jeff NATO.
Just Demonic back on his patented blade. Gonna try to make a play for his squad, but my goodness, Squirrel Girl putting damage down that lane. When you're forced to come through one doorway, she's the best DPS. It's just the amount of damage she's gonna output, especially with Jeff backing her up, putting that beam down on your team. It's just hard to walk through that DPS onslaught that they're laying down on you. And there's a great Eye of Agamotto melting down. The Bucky Strange is going to come right back, see if he can help his team as he shields up and tries to walk them through the point. But this is looking like more of the same that we see from Indiana once they get you back to this one point. You get locked down like this. I mean, how do you get out? I can't see this playing out well for them. That's a good Eye of Agamotto trying to make a big play here. Red Wing swapping for the first time, I think, all day. He's been on Magneto the whole time, playing very, very well and understanding that he needs to try to make something happen for his team.
Yeah, man, they went for a combo there, Speedway did. They threw out that Eye of Agamotto. Sverno threw down the CYA, but they just couldn't get the KOs off of it. Too much sustain from Indiana Tech. So Speedway is trying. They're playing like a team. They're doing well playing together, but man, it's just not enough, though they do manage to win this fight here. 82% capture for Indiana Tech. Should be able to reverse this, I do believe. Flip it back their way here. Healer on the move on that Jeff, trying to get back to the point, but they realize they're not going to be able to contest this thing. I saw a twist on the Venom swing in for a second there, but Indiana Tech stopped at 91%. Another Omega Hurricane coming down. Another Jeff NATO from Indiana Tech yet again. Finds Sverno, the Rocket Raccoon, offline for now, but that is all that one will manage to grab, and Shorapur will manage to pick up a KO onto Red Wing as well. That puts Indiana Tech back at the driver's seat.
Yes, sir. Indiana Tech, they do have the point. Portal is going to be late, but not too late. Making his way to the point. The stagger should be saved here because few people fell. They're going to be able to come through the portal and try to get back in there, but he's going to have to survive. No, I have Agamotto in the back line from Indiana Tech. He's going to make this almost an insurmountable lead with the with the rocket ult down, and Venom causing havoc on the point, putting big damage down. He is going to take down the large amount of the team as Speedway is going to fall here in the domination game. Indiana Tech taking that one 1-0.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, very, very close fights from Speedway for sure, especially on that point number one. It was a nail biter. But yeah, Indiana Tech putting it together there on submap number 2, closing this thing out. Yet another domination win for them here tonight as well. And Jonga picking up that MVP, yet another one to add to the collection. But yeah, you can see here in the stats screen, I mean, there's some pretty close numbers between both of these teams, right? Speedway was never too many steps behind, but man, you know, we've been talking about it all night. Mid-game swaps. They switched to the Jeff NATO going into submap 2 and just clean house with it there. Picking up 23 elims for Kerbo on the Storm, all things said and done. And man, I mean, huge changes, very, very good changes from Indiana Tech there to reclaim the momentum there on submap 2.
Yeah, popping out the Squirrel Girl, popping out the Storm, very good plays there. And you saw, you saw Speedway. They tried too, right? They went to the Doctor Strange. They went to they started with Bucky, but then they also had just Demonic. He's doing a few swaps, right? So they made plays. Did it work out? No. I mean, once you got held back in that second round, once you get put back in that doorway, it's just kind of hard to make anything happen. Now, Reaper Black, I think the biggest play of the game that almost got them, it was the part where they actually started to get some points. When Reaper Black popped that ult and he went to their back line, he grabbed Jeff and he grabbed Storm and he took them into their spawn. That was the biggest play right there. He took one of the biggest damage outputs and he took the support that was keeping them alive, threw them into the spawn, came back out, and then they went on to reclaim the point for the first time on the side of Speedway. That was really good stuff. I like the thought processes that they're using. I like the comps that they're picking and the mindset to switch characters. I think maybe this time you don't go triple support. I think you just trust yourself and bring more damage to the board to try to deal with Indiana Tech, because damage for damage, the triple support ain't working out, especially when Venom is back there on your keister, and they're building ult super fast with Kerbo on the Storm now if he does decide to keep that route. Snyder on that Squirrel Girl, I mean, that was a slept-on piece of the comp for Indiana Tech, but man, he was laying down pressure. That was in turn leading to Venom being able to get the picks in the back line. All right, so starting this off, Jeff is out of there, but I don't know if I like that because Speedway Varsity's Jeff is really, really good, right? So, like, you do take that away, the option for them to Jeff NATO you on the side of Indiana Tech, but you just gave up one of your best players' best tools, is how I look at it. The ban for Bucky on Indiana Tech side is crazy work. I love it. Because what has we seen Pickle Man play besides Iron Man? So now if they bring something that shuts down Iron Man, I don't know where Pickle Man goes. No, he has played Moon Knight, so there's the answer for that one. Rocket is saved and Dagger is saved. Where are we at in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, Speedway, very, very intelligent team. You know, they see the game for what it is. They're good at trying those swaps. They look for opportunities to change up the comp to directly counter their opponents, but, you know, sometimes that execution difference is what makes the difference in the match. And, you know, you saw it there, Speedway throwing down some ults in one of those team fights, and Indiana Tech just surviving through everything against all odds. So, you know, I like the changes here in the ban phase. I agree with you on the Jeff ban. It is risky, and that's the drama that comes with this format. You know, if this was advanced tournament bans and just say, okay, ban the Jeff away from healer, no more Jeff. But not the case here. They're going to have to take the hit, but they didn't hesitate on it. They seem pretty okay with that. They're also going to ban out the Angela. You know, makes sense. Indiana Tech has played out the Angela quite a bit, but Indiana Tech is going to save the Iron Man. So Pickle Man's the one that's played Iron Man in this tournament, and did pretty well in that last series on the Iron Man, but it's going to be Indiana Tech that saves him, interestingly enough. Speedway saves. They're going to get Cloak and Dagger and Magneto, so both pretty solid saves for their team. But, okay, so Speedway is thinking maybe they're going to go for the Ultron team up and run Ultron here on Spider Islands. High ceilings, so I think Ultron makes a lot of sense here, turning it into kind of a de facto flyer comp with the Iron Man Ultron team up. Makes sense. I can see where they're going with that. But Pickle Man, at least because of that Iron Man save, will get to keep him for now. But I think, you know, for the most part, no huge losers here in the draft phase at all. Like, both teams got a couple jabs in here and there. They saved some stuff that's good for themselves. You know, I wonder about the Angela ban, though. I don't know. I mean, there are environmental hazards on this map. You can get dropped off a cliff, but I don't know. There's just so many high-value targets to ban.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And yeah, there's a few cliffs that they're harder for her to get you onto, right? Like, you don't need to be standing in places where she can get you all with that, right? But I mean, my question to you is do you think that's the end all be all with her? I think that she has a lot of value in other areas other than just getting those quick snatch kills.
Yeah, she definitely does. I mean, health pool's not bad. She does have a shield, you know, very mobile hero. She has plenty of, you know, of positives. To me, I just feel like maybe they chose that band specifically because of the, you know, the cliff drop strats. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily love it, but, you know, Indiana Tech has played Angela, done well with her, so not the worst choice, in my opinion.
Definitely not. Iron Man on deck for Speedway as they defend first. He knows that Punisher went somewhere over here. He's trying to find him. Backline Punisher. Oh my goodness. Yeah, get out of dodge. Very good reaction time there. As here comes the turret. Do you win this exchange with the Unibeam? Oh my goodness. What a battle they had there. Cap coming to the rescue as we see Punisher trying to swing up out of there. And no way, Jose. He's shut down. Captain America in the back lines to see if he can make a play on that invisible woman as the Squirrel Stampede comes through when it needs. And we're taking a lot of damage here on the side of Speedway.
Yeah, and Squirrel Girl, not a bad pick on Spider Islands at all. Plenty of nice long hallways to throw a Squirrel Stampede down. Jonga on that Mantis ult as well, trying to commit to this fight. They did manage to get a couple KOs out of there, and they're going to get some progress on this point here. But yeah, overall, Indiana Tech taking control, but not anything too crazy out the gate here. I mean, it's already been a minute 15. You know, they're about halfway to that first checkpoint, and Speedway, for the most part, is here and in the fight. You know, they're looking healthy. They're going to have several ults online here. Indiana Tech's ult economy is a little staggered out here. You know, that Mantis ult and the Squirrel Stampede are a little bit behind, so going to have to see how Speedway handles this situation, especially because Healer already throwing down the Invisible Woman ult, so the Invisible Boundary going down, and it is offline. No more support ults for Indiana Tech. They do have a Loki, though. Reaper swaps over to the Loki somewhere along the line, and it looks like that God of Mischief is coming out right now, already used and back offline for now. So Indiana Tech here, they are struggling just a little bit to finish out this push, but, pick onto the Rocket Raccoon, not a bad way to get yourself back in the fight.
Very good reclaim here, right? Like, they got themselves back into the fight. The way that we saw this map play out last time we saw Indiana Tech on it, they forced their way through that doorway and were fighting in checkpoint 2 territory and didn't allow the first team to get any leeway. Look at this Captain America. He said assemble, and he is resembling the tornado as he's coming through swinging on everybody. We have the rocket ult down. Speedway looking very nice as they've got this down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. A lot of team coordination. They're gonna lose their mag on the side of Indiana Tech, and Iron Man, Pickle Man has a lot of pressure on him from different angles and different characters. He's still holding strong and sticking to this character. I like it. Just keep playing your game, but it is working out for you and your squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the change up here going into map number 2 has helped them a lot. I mean, we're down to 60 seconds on the clock here in Indiana Tech. They are in control of the payload. They're managing to break through here, getting a bit of a hole in the defense. Maybe one opportunity for them to jump in here, but there's no Doctor Strange. I think it's just too long of a walk for him. So time refresh coming in, but they did manage to shave quite a bit off. It's only going to be 3:15 here as we go into checkpoint number 2. One ultimate right now for Speedway and one ultimate for Indiana Tech as well here. Big sleep onto the Captain America somewhere out there from the Mantis, from Jonga. So, we're still fighting here. 3 minutes on the clock. Meteor in overhead. Red Wing goes up and comes down, delivers it, does find 1 KO, finishes off Snyder with a left click as well. So big damage coming out from Red Wing this game again.
I'm loving it, man. Red Wing is very, very good on the mag, and we saw last time that he does have a strange, so he can flex a little bit for the squad. Pushing up over there. Oh, did he end up getting that Psylocke? Psylocke got pulled up on by just Demonic, I saw, but here goes another dunk attempt. Oh, and that one's gonna work out for, he hits the Cloak and Dagger. That was Kerbo on the side of Indiana Tech. Trying to heal up as this Venom is pressuring the back line. Venom's gonna have to skedaddle as Captain America burns ult. Was it worth it to burn that ult? Yeah, you're gonna keep both your Vanguards alive, and he's putting on big pressure on this back line, in turn making Indiana Tech Jonga have to use the Mantis ult. This is just a topsy-turvy back and forth seesaw type interaction right here, where we can't see who's gonna reclaim and take control. Just a lot of tussling right now.
Yeah, I mean, scramble to the top of the hill right now. 2 ults up for Speedway and 2 for Indiana Tech, but Red Wing finds the pick onto Snyder, takes one of those ults out of the equation for now. Shoreport getting back in the fight here, has that Dance of the Butterflies ready to go here. Twist on the Venom as well, looking a little bit low, but Feast of the Abyss coming in soon. There is the Dance of the Cutterflies coming down onto the Rocket Raccoon, looking for the confirm. Yes, does find it. There's 1 pick for the Psylocke overhead yet again. Red Wing, another Meteor M ready to crash down. Does not find a KO, but does get some damage down onto Indiana Tech. They fire back though. Squirrel Stampede, and yet another Mantis ult from Jonga. Fast recharge on that one too. And once that one's done, Indiana Tech's got an invisible boundary too. So plenty of sustain for them here as they try to get this thing moving. Just over a minute left to go here. Indiana Tech being challenged for sure by Speedway, but cannot count this team out quite yet.
Huge fan of how Red Wing is doing nothing but, oh my goodness. Yeah, buddy. I didn't even know that he switched to Daredevil, but I'm a huge fan of how we're seeing Red Wing utilize his ultimate on Magneto just for offense. He's not using it for any counter. He's just going, you know what? Put pressure on the back line. I'm gonna dunk somebody. You got to get up out of here. And so that way he's getting support picks, and he's making it where his team gets a chance to move forward because the supports are forced back. But right now, Captain America putting on a show in the back line, and I'm not talking about the Luna dance, as he's putting a lot of damage onto the VRB token, as you call it. He goes ahead and takes that out of the Venom, and Indiana Tech having a rough go at it, trying to move this payload. They finally take full control as Iron Man's swinging right over the top, trying to stall it as much as he can. You know, one thing about Pickle Man, he's holding on to that ult for eons before he burns that Iron Man ult. And here it comes. Bang! He only gets 1, but it is a meaningful one, taking out the Daredevil. A lot of damage off the board for the side of Indiana Tech.
Yeah, not just that, but the ultimate too. Shorapur let the devil out, and the devil went back to bed. There, Red Wing dropping that meteor on his head. So good timing from Speedway there. Nice counter of the Daredevil ultimate. And Indiana Tech's in trouble here. They've got 3 members up, maybe 2 on the point now. They are trying to hold on to this thing. Jonga swapping over to the emergency Doctor Strange portal coming in. Overtime taken away, though. Nobody from Indiana Tech. They manage it at the last second. A sliver of overtime here to keep themselves in the fight. But how much can they do? They're staggered down here. Speedway, huge opportunity to stop them just short of that second checkpoint. Cloak and Dagger ultimate coming down now, trying to keep the team in the fight here. They may have a Captain America ult, but that's going to be all the ultimates that Speedway's going to have to close this thing out. But Indiana Tech dropping like flies here. Doctor Strange goes down. Shorapur down as well. 2 members left. Twist goes down. No overtime left. And Speedway stops Indiana Tech just shy of that second checkpoint. Massive opportunity here for Speedway.
They have the chance to be the first team to put a point on the board if they can just get the second checkpoint in this match. And I'm looking for them to do it, man. They look very, very good out there. Just Demonic is the biggest flex on this team. He has been swapping from DPS to DPS. I'm sure if he needed to, he could play a support, but he has been sticking to DPSs, and now he's playing a pseudo support in Captain America, where he has been sustaining his squad with the Captain America symbol, and he is also putting big pressure on the back line and healing for his teammates. He is just here, a man for the people, trying to make sure his team wins, while Pickleman is also raining down big damage the whole time. Supports doing what they need to do. Speedway, I mean, nothing needs to be said about Red Wing. We know what Red Wing's doing. Speedway looking really, really strong coming into this. And I believe in him. I'm counting on you on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, good, very, very good looks for Speedway here. You know, both teams really trying to change it up. Indiana Tech swapped up their comp a little bit. Shorapur has come in with a couple different DPSs to try and change up the angle, change up the comp a little bit. But Speedway's responded in kind. You know, Reaper swapped over to the Loki. Like you were talking about, we got Demonic over on the Cap now. So now side swapped here. Speedway on offense here. Indiana Tech going for interesting comp on the defense here. They are going to go for the 3 DPSs here. Snyder still staying on that Squirrel Girl. Pickleman will find the first blood, though. Shorapur sent back to the spawn room early on here. So still 2 supports up for Indiana Tech. They still can lock in a hold here. But man, solid start for Speedway right out the gate. They are on the point, and it is on the move here. But, you know, Indiana Tech, you cannot count these guys out at all. I mean, they need to build up some alt charge here and get something going. But Red Wing on the Magneto, taking down the back line of Indiana Tech. They did not go triple support, so there's no strategist on the point. It's going to be almost a complete ace. Shorapur runs for the health pack, run down by Just Demonic, though, on that Captain America, finishes him off. It is a full reset for Indiana Tech, and man, I don't think they'll quite make it to checkpoint number 1, but that's a huge amount of space Speedway to clear here.
I ain't gonna lie, I think they might get this, because the stagger that's going to be necessary to get in there to that point, coming through this doorway, I don't know if they get through this. There's a lot of pressure to be had. Yeah, there's no way. I didn't think they would. I mean, like, they could have forced, but it would have forced a stagger because someone would have been lost in that doorway. So yeah, man, that was, man, all right. Okay, Speedway looking phenomenal.
Yeah, on a roll on offense here. I like the play from Indiana Tech, too. I like the defense. They said, hey, if we go in there, we're just throwing bodies away, so let's take a step back, let it refresh here. We'll fight them on the next point, and that's what they're going to do here. Pickleman back over onto the Moon Knight. The hand of Khonshu comes down and hard on Indiana Tech here. A couple of KOs there. Jaga going overhead with that Meteor M as well, looking for a target. Finds one, takes down the Rocket Raccoon on the side of Speedway here. Indiana Tech battling back on defense here. Red Wing throwing his own Meteor M down, but whiff there, unfortunately, no value from that one. Shorapur, though, on the Galactic Legend overhead, looking to put down some damage or at least scramble the team here and get some control back for Indiana Tech. Finds 1 KO onto the Moon Knight, but just not as much value as you'd hope for out of that Star-Lord at all, but enough to slow the roll a little bit, and that's where we're at here. We want to pump the brakes because they are running out of room here. The edge of the cliff coming ever closer for Indiana Tech.
Just Demonic on the Cap, man. He is going ballistic. A symbol. Oh my goodness. He is in the back line, feeling just fine. the opposite of what Cloak and Dagger's feeling, as he almost sends her back to the spawn. He's gonna find her, and Moon Knight with the assist and helps out Pickle Man. This is what I was saying earlier. He did have that Moon Knight in his bag. You got him off the Bucky, and you were unlucky because he has the big-time Iron Man, and the moon will be haunting here shortly. Got to make something happen as Snyder has a Squirrel Stampede out and is getting some picks off, but it's picked off in the own time as we see Pickle Man. Here it comes. The big ult is down. Did he get anything? No. The team was able to move their way through and get right in front of that as Magneto tries to get something going, but dunks right to the ceiling. Yep, Captain America still on point, just demonic. Over there with his Cloak and Dagger, putting on big pressure. This dude is a problem, and I don't know if they have the answer for it. Here we go, switching over to the Phoenix as Snyder coming off of the Squirrel Girl. And I think I respect this pick because Squirrel Girl really wasn't doing what was needed to be done. They are getting a little bit of a hold here as we're down to 3 minutes. It's right around the corner. One good team fight coming in from Indiana Tech, and this might be over. Can he land the dunk? No, nothing doing for Red Wing. It's a good attempt, but his team's still standing strong through the Cloak and Dagger ult. I think they're good to go right here as they fight through this and disappear. That's a good look. Invisible ult down for the Speedway boys. He has another Moon Knight ult. Man, building ult insanely fast.
Yeah, and that may be part of the strategy too, right? If it's a war of attrition like this fight's turning into, they want somebody that can throw down multiple ults a fight. Moon Knight, perfect choice for that. Throws it down and taken down. Yes! And he'll find a double KO on the ult from the grave there onto Indiana Tech. Speedway back in control of the payload and on the move. They are about 10 meters away from closing out this map here, and they might just do it. The stars and stripes flying here. The freedom charge from Just Demonic coming out, trying to scramble Indiana Tech here. Healer throws down the Invisible Woman ult. That's the last support ult they might have on this map here. Just a couple more meters to go for Speedway to win this thing and take us to the first map 3 of the night. There's a pick onto Indiana Tech. One down overhead though. In-Song Inferno comes in. No KOs from it though. Jonga also on the Meteor Imp and no KOs from that either. Phoenix goes down. 1 DPS in the front line gone. Speedway finding an opening here, but Indiana Tech is still fighting on this point. They are looking to flip it back their way here with just a few meters left to go. It is push and pull here between these two teams. Speedway finding some picks, but Indiana Tech, a very, very gritty team, not giving up at all. Legendary overhead, Galactic Legend from Jorapur above, trying to get somebody off this point so they can lock this thing in. Indiana Tech has shaved it down to just 60 seconds. CYA coming in from Indiana Tech now, trying to buff up that damage and finish this thing off, and they might swing it their way at the very end here. 50 seconds left to go, and Indiana Tech on defense has caused Speedway to back off. It is a reset here as we are in what potentially may be final fight territory of the night.
Oh, this is for sure the final fight of this round. There's not going to be another opportunity. We have Captain America trying to force the issue. The Cloak and Dagger ult going to give him the support he needs, focusing right on to the Invisible Woman. Eye of Agamotto is going to be huge here from Indiana Tech. Another, the Loki play, yes. He got another Cloak and Dagger ult down for the squad. And that way, they're going to get a little bit more sustain out there. Then we're going to have to see if Moon Knight Pickle Man can leave a sour taste in their mouth with that ult. He doesn't get what he needs to, but he does set up for the squad. We got the revive for Loki coming in from Rocket Raccoon. He's going to be able to get back in there. Was that it? Was that a C9?
2-2.
There was nobody on the point.
Unfortunate. The best game of the night. Show some love for Speedway as they put on a show against Indiana Tech, but Indiana Tech showing that they have what it takes to compete in the upper leagues, and they taught these high schoolers a lesson today in the round robin and in the bracket stages. My goodness, you got to be proud of yourself though, man. If you're just demonic, woo! If you're Red Wing, come on. Pickle Man, versatile on the DPS, and with Reaper Black. I mean, we just saw that he can switch between the supports as at will, whatever he needs to play, whatever the team needs. Doing a very good job being that third support player for the team, and obviously the rest of the supports doing what a support player needs to do. I think they had very timely, very clean, concise timings. That's a good team. Speedway is a good team. Indiana Tech, obviously better, but Speedway is a good team. That was very, very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the competitive game is kind of at, right? A lot of these big fights in rivals come down to this war of attrition. And at the end of the day, you have to know where you stand, where's your positioning, and if you're fighting off the point, I feel like Speedway kind of chased him a little bit. Indiana Tech kind of walked him out and said, hey, come after me, go after me. It's fine. Come on. And dragged him right off the point. An absolute heartbreaker, but a huge win there at the very end for Indiana Tech. Jonga, an absolute monster on the Magneto, picks up another MVP, one of many tonight. And yeah, do not want to overlook Speedway at all. They put up a heck of a fight. And, I feel like I say this almost every time I cast Marvel Rivals, but this is a game where you can't just look at the overall score. You can't just say, okay, Indiana Tech 2-0, destroyed. You have to look at the tail of the tape for that second map, because Indiana Tech's elim numbers were lower almost across the board than Speedway. But, that's what the game comes down to. That's what an objective-based game really, really boils down to is, at the end of the day, you got to play the objective to win. And that is exactly what Indiana Tech did to finish the night with no maps dropped, even with that very, very close nail-biter at the end.
Tightly contested. Man, I mean, I can't believe it. I would say there were 4 team fights in the final moments of that. The final 3 minutes of that, I think those 4 team fights, I thought that they won. I thought the Speedway was going to take it. But the way they just kept coming back, kept applying pressure. Star-Lord started to pick it up and started getting more. He was farming his ult just as fast as Moon Knight was. And he was able to start, popping that ultimate over and over. And it may not have been getting a lot of picks, right? He would maybe get 1 per, right? And then there was one that I saw he got 2 of. It's not that he's got to clean the whole team up. It's just the fact that they have to assess and see where's he at. When is this going to happen? They have to back off the point. They have to hide under the shelters whenever he's doing this ult, because Magneto's bubble can only last so long to protect them from the Star-Lord ult. So whenever he started getting rolling, and their rocket was going crazy over there on Indiana Tech. Their rocket was just holding it down, putting down good damage, pepper damage for the squad. I mean, all around that whole team, the way they closed that the end of that game. And now Pickleman was doing great. Let's look at this. Pickleman was doing great on what's my man's name? On Moon Knight. But Moon Knight, then, right, yeah, he was doing great on Moon Knight. But why did he go to Moon Knight? Because he was having a really hard time on Iron Man. So the adjustments that were made by Indiana Tech forced the game to change, and they were still able to play through the changes, but you could tell that Indiana Tech had a say in how they played the game, how Speedway got to play the game, right? But no, that was great though. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute white knuckle hold from Indiana Tech there at the end, inches away from a map 3 and still able to turn it in their favor at the last second. I mean, both of these teams, absolutely beautiful performances to wrap up the night. By far, my favorite series of the night, man. I mean, it had everything. You got all kinds of stuff. You got out-of-pocket picks. You got some solid team play and one gigantic war of attrition to end it all. And it just came down to that awareness, and that was something that Speedway probably is going to learn from tonight, because man, hearts broken for sure for Speedway.
Gotta be. But like I said, they gotta look inward and be like, hey, bro, we were gaming. Like, they were playing very well. You gotta look at the last hold and see what happened there. Just look at the tapes, figure it out. But you know that you're good. You know you played well. So it's a heartbreaker, but you feel good about this one, I would say. But with that being said, guys, you know what I mean? Shout out LANFest. You know what I'm saying, guys? You gotta make sure you shout out LANFest. They do 300 broadcasts to the Scholastic leagues in Washington and Indiana. We provide these broadcasts free of charge to leagues and schools and teams we cover. Your generous donations make this possible. Every $200 raised covers the operation cost for one regular season broadcast. If you appreciate our work, scan the QR code on the screen. There's no QR code on the screen, but you can go to lanfest.com and go make your contributions and try to help out with them. Remember, $200 will help out for one broadcast. That gives you an idea of how much it takes to put on these productions, as they do 300 broadcasts in a season, right? So you really want to lock in and try to help and support this, because these kids have a great time and they get a lot of learning moments while playing in these things.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as somebody that did a lot of extracurriculars when I was in school, you know, having that support is huge, and having an opportunity to perform for everybody, for anybody that wants to come in and watch it, is always big. So, and you know, being an Indiana native myself, you know, I have a little bit of a vested interest in the scholastic esports scene in Indiana. So, absolutely loved getting to come out here tonight, and you know, massive shout outs to production behind the scenes putting on a show. You know, it's been a long one, and yeah, I mean, we're almost at, I think, 5 hours uptime. So, you know, been a long one, but all, you know, for the future of the game, for the future of esports, you know, it is absolutely worth it. So Zip, man, it's been awesome to work with you tonight. I've had a great time. Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Right on. I got one more thing to say, guys. Go over to LOS Portal. It is free. Do not miss your chance to get discovered. Visit portal.leagueos.gg and level up your future. Make sure you go over there. It's a place where you can sign in and set up a profile to be noticed as a school esports student. Right? So go ahead and go over to League. It's portal.leagueos.gg. Okay. With that being said, guys, shout out to LANFest, shout out to Zotac Gaming, shout out to League Portal, shout out to Diatonic. I couldn't get it out real quick. Shout out to Diatonic, shout out to the production, and shout out to all the students that played out there, all the collegiate ones and all the high school students. You guys made a great broadcast. And shout out to everybody that was out there viewing. You guys have a wonderful day. I've been Zipmaster Flex. That's Diatonic. We'll catch you guys next time.